losing faith. Don't wanna talk about it today, but sometimes we go missing. In our thoughts we sink down low, but you know you can always call. Now I only wanna see that you're better, and smiling like you're on show. I wanna know what's in your head. Take a pen and write me a letter. If words are too hard to say, now we can try to find a way. Now, just let me in. Time is moving slow. Hiding inside your mind, alone. Now I don't have all of the answers, and I don't know what's coming next, but you know we can always talk. Now I only wanna see that you're better, smiling like you're on show. I wanna know what's in your head. Take a pen and write me a letter. If words are too hard to say, now we can try to find a way. Now, just let me in. Just let me in. 'Cause I only wanna see that you're better, smiling like you're on show. I wanna know what's in your head.
You are what I want, you're everything I'm craving for. You know I want your all, so tell me what you're waiting for. 'Cause when you walk in that door, you've taken me heart and soul. I need you right here once more. So won't you take me over again? 'Cause I'm not really here to be your friend. So won't you take me over again? 'Cause I'm not really here to be your friend. I know what I saw, the look in your eyes said it all. You were wanting more, and I don't know why we stopped. 'Cause this was right from the start. So tell me what's in your heart. Tell me what's in your heart. So won't you take me over again?
We could have been together in another life. We could have been together in another life. We could have been together and you'd be mine. We could have been together in another life. We could have been together in another life. We could have been together in another life. We could have been together and you'd be mine. We could have been together in another life. Stare at the window, I could not sleep. And if you draw this, yeah, it was bittersweet. And I was lost in space, lonely without it. If you could hear me, I'll wait for you there. The places that I go when I'm feeling that I'm low. Oh, places that I know, that's when I'm on my own. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know why to feel this way. I don't know why I feel this way. I will. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know why to feel this way. I don't know why I feel this way. places that I go when I'm feeling that I'm low. Oh, in places that I love, that's when I'm on my own. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know why to feel this way. I don't know why I feel this way. I will. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know why to feel this way. I don't know why I feel this way. I will.
Oh. We are ready for our last day in Devcon. You're very welcome. I wanted to ask, how was the party last night? But it seems that the people that can answer that is not in the room yet. But today we're going to have an amazing talks. Before to start, I want to tell you that you saw the day today, right? It was amazing, an amazing weather. That's not the weather of Bogota. The weather of Bogota is the weather of yesterday. So we have been lucky with the weather this week, and we are so honored to have you here, and very thankful with the organizers for having Devcon here in my city in Bogota. And we are going to start with a very interesting conference from William George of Kleros that is going to talk to us about economic incentives and souls in Shelling Point oracles. Welcome, William. Where are you? William, please.
So, hello everybody, thanks for being here so early in the morning. So my name is William George. I'm a mathematician and a researcher with the Kleros Cooperative. And indeed, I'm going to be talking today about economic incentives and souls in the sense of soul-bound tokens, these kinds of social layers people are trying to add to Ethereum to get beyond just kind of limited financial logic, particularly in the context of Shelling point-based oracles, which Kleros is an example of. So I'll briefly begin by describing Kleros, which will sort of like give a sense of the kind of examples we're interested in. So Kleros is a blockchain-based dispute resolution platform. What that means is that, so imagine you have a small business owner who hires a freelancer, and they put the payment for the freelancer into an escrow on a smart contract, and then if the smart business owner is happy with the work of the freelancer, she'll just click a button and say, okay, great, and release the money from the escrow. But if she's not, then what happens in Kleros is that there's a crowdsourced pool of people who are willing to rule on whether the freelancer did good work, and you pick some random selection of them. And then they're incentivized to vote for who was right in a given dispute based on what we call a Shelling point or a focal point. So the idea is that they're incentivized to be coherent, to vote the same way as kind of the broad community consensus that ultimately the oracle produces. And then any given participant looks at the case, thinks, okay, I think the small business owner has the honest position here. And moreover, I think everybody else, all the other jurors, people in the community, are going to think that the small business owner was right. So I want to vote for the small business owner because I think everybody else is going to vote for the small business owner because it's the distinguished decision, and they all expect me to vote for the small business owner. And ultimately, this boils down to a notion of Shelling points or focal points. This is an idea introduced by Thomas Schelling in the 1970s. Schelling went on to win the Nobel Prize. That Shelling points are solutions that people tend to use when trying to coordinate in the absence of communication because they seem special or natural. So here we have like a table of coordination game where everyone wants to either vote for X or all vote for Y, but they just want to vote for the same thing. And then what people tend to coordinate around are kind of special seeming solutions. So here in Kleros, we think of honest resolution to disputes as a kind of, as a Shelling point or a focal point. Other blockchain oracles that use this include, or ideas related to this include Ogre and Uma. So Kleros is a kind of like oracle specifically designed for dispute resolution, but more broadly you can think of it as just being designed for the subjective decisions people need to make on a blockchain. So another aspect of the title of my talk is souls and soulbound tokens. So for those of you who aren't familiar, I'll briefly introduce them. So the defining feature of soulbound tokens, and these are introduced in this paper, Decentralized Society, Finding Web3's Soul, that was published a few months ago by Weil, Olhaver, and Buterin. So these are tokens that, first of all, are non-transferable. And generally are thought of as representing some social aspect of people. Like maybe you finish a course in blockchain from from some like online course, and you get a diploma from that course. Like, it doesn't make sense to transfer that to somebody else. Like, you have a diploma representing your knowledge. Maybe you win an award for your good work. So these are things that represent some aspect of identity about you. And an interesting thing that the authors of this paper discuss is that you can have negative soulbound tokens. So like a running example that they particularly consider involves trying to enable under-collateralized loans. So by adding this sort of richer notion of identity, you can have kind of enough information about somebody to judge whether they're creditworthy and should be given an under-collateralized loan in a kind of similar structure to how banks in the traditional world work, because we have this richer notion of identity. But then if you don't pay your loan on time, maybe you get a soulbound token that says, you know, late payment, and then going forward, you kind of have to present people the bad with the good. You can't get rid of the negative soulbound tokens short of burning the whole wallet and starting over with a new identity. But when you present your wallet to someone, they'll be able to see, okay, he won this award and had this diploma, but he had a late payment, and they make sort of a balances kind of evaluations on your identity using all of this information together. So a related concept that has to do with sort of social layers on blockchains, but is a little different, is something called proof of personhood. So particularly, the Claros team developed Proof of Humanity, which is an example of a proof of personhood protocol. So this is supposed to be a Sybil-resistant tool. It's a registered list of human beings, such that no human being should be able to get more than one identity on the list. And if there's ever a dispute about whether someone has a duplicate profile or doesn't meet the criteria, that triggers a Claros dispute. So how this works is that you submit this video saying that I'm a real human and I'm not already on the registry. And then you provide a deposit, and you go into like a pending submission challenge period, where if somebody challenges you, it will result in a dispute. But if nobody challenges you or you win your eventual dispute, you eventually get on the list. Okay. But if you're not a human being or you're a duplicate, then when you submit to the list, then this decentralized ecosystem of challengers will say, no, you don't satisfy the rules, and this will raise a Claros jury that rules in the same kind of subjective oracle way that I described before using Schelling points. Okay, so now sort of an interesting thing about Proof of Humanity is how people remove themselves from the list. And they do that by providing another video. They provide a video that says, okay, I want to remove myself, and what's interesting about this is that maybe in a future version of Proof of Humanity, if you had a soulbound wallet that has your various soulbound tokens in it, then maybe it's tied to your Proof of Humanity profile address. And if you remove yourself and resubmit with a new address, it can just automatically point to the new profile. And this allows like a very interesting kind of social recovery. Like rather than just having social recovery based on your friends saying that you are who you say you are, now you're being verified by this like broad community. And moreover, this has an interesting sort of philosophical point about how we think of identity on blockchains. Normally, we think of someone's core identity as having a private key that allows them to sign some messages. But here, what fundamentally defines your ability to interact with these soulbound tokens is your ability to make these videos, which is a bit different. So that's something interesting. Another way that these proof of personhood ideas relate to soulbound tokens is that how gets to questions about how you distribute soulbound tokens to begin with. So I imagine there'll someday be a rich ecosystem of soulbound tokens that will be distributed potentially in different ways. A sort of a natural thing to do is if there's an institution that can attest to whatever aspect of your identity the soulbound token represents, that it would just issue to that directly. Like you come to Devcon and get a POAP, and like some organizer signs some message saying, yeah, she was here, POAP awarded, and it appears automatically in your wallet. Maybe your blockchain-based course online has some university attached to it, and they sign something and give you your SPT. But maybe the institution that's naturally giving out the tokens that would attest to your identity just isn't equipped for this. They're not very blockchain friendly. Moreover, maybe there's some aspect of some soulbound token that doesn't naturally have an institution behind it. And something you could do is create a curated list, similar to how Proof of Humanity works, where you claim that you deserve a soulbound token. You say, I'm an expert in subject X. You submit a deposit, you do the same kind of thing, people can challenge you, you provide your portfolio, like previous works, proofs of your expertise, and if you make it onto the list, you get a soulbound token saying that you're an expert. Okay, so now I'm going to switch gears a bit and talk about how these social layers interact with the kinds of economic security models that we traditionally have in a lot of crypto economic systems. And my two running examples here will be Claros juror selection and quadratic funding, which is the sort of motivating example of a lot of the decentralized society paper. So how does juror selection currently work in Claros? Well, people stake a token, and then each token has an equal chance of being drawn. And you kind of are forced to do that if you don't have another form of Sybil resistance. Because if you try to give people like unequal weight, say people that have tons of tokens are like weighted quadratically or something, then people would have an incentive to just cut up their tokens over multiple addresses to try to pretend to be different people. So you're kind of stuck with this like linear odds of being drawn in terms of weight. And then every time you draw someone, the odds of the next draw don't change. Like in any given draw, that 45% person still has 45%. And then you can do sort of a binomial distribution calculation and look at the total odds that like a large staker will get a majority of the votes on a given case. So that's an economic security system whose security model basically boils down to no one having more than 50% of the stake. Particularly, like Claros has an appeal system. Without going into too much of the details, you can get larger and larger panels of jurors. And particularly as you have a really large panel of jurors, it is very unlikely that anyone will be able to get a majority of the votes on that panel without actually having 50% of the stake. Okay, so that's like a purely economic security model. Quadratic funding, the other motivating example, suppose you have different participants, 1 to k, and they submit contributions, C1 to CK, to a project P. And then the idea here is, for those of you who aren't already familiar with it, is that like quadratic funding is used often to kind of give matching grants, often for public goods, according to this formula there. And it might look like a kind of strange formula if you're not previously familiar with it, but like notice the square root in the first term. It basically has the effect that if people submit a lot, then their contribution tapers out because like square roots, grow a lot and then kind of level off. So one individual who submits like a tremendous amount of contribution doesn't have too big an effect, even though like the more they contribute, the more of an effect they have. What's better to get a big matching grant is to have lots of people contribute, because each person contributing gives you an extra term in this sum. And then as an example, suppose on the left we have someone with an innovative Ethereum project that's a public good and wants a grant, and on the right we have like a fake proposal by someone who's just like, please give me a grant, but I'm not going to do anything. And the person on the left, they get contributions from a lot of different people, and you notice they get like a pretty good total subsidy, whereas the person on the right is the only person that he is the only person that contributes to his proposal, and you notice that his total subsidy is 0. And generally, if only one person contributes to a given proposal, the subsidy is 0. But this depends on having a good proof of personhood scheme. And you can imagine if your proof of personhood scheme was broken, then the attacker can like pretend to be n different people, each making a small contribution instead of one person making a large contribution, and can basically steal the subsidy pool. So your security model is your proof of personhood scheme needs to be secure. Now, what if I consider jury selection in Claros with a proof of personhood scheme, where each person has to be on proof of humanity or proof of personhood scheme in order to be drawn, and you can only be drawn once. Then the first draw, I'm kind of the same as before. So maybe the 45% dude gets a draw, but then he can't be drawn again. So everybody else's odds go up, and you necessarily draw 3 different people, and the overall odds of anyone getting more than 2 spots is 0. But what happens if I have an insecure proof of personhood scheme? Like, take the pessimistic case, someone just completely breaks proof of personhood, and the attacker has tons of profiles. Then the first draw, well, nothing happens. And the attacker can be drawn more than once because he has all these profiles, and he probably cut up his stake into different profiles. So the attacker is still in this pool. Somebody else gets drawn, and now she can't be drawn again because she only had 1 profile. And so the attacker's odds and everybody else's odds go up a little bit. And then on the last draw, the attacker has a slightly higher chance than he did before of getting more than half of the votes. But what's interesting here is that it didn't he completely broke the proof of personhood scheme, but still doesn't completely break this security. It's not like he has an overwhelming chance of getting all the votes. So the security model here is that either your proof of personhood needs to be secure, or no one controls more than X% of the stake, well, what's X? It depends exactly on how many jury spots there are and the distribution of the other stakers. If you have like a handful of whales in your staking pool, then when you remove one of them, the attacker's odds go up a lot. But if your staking pool is really well distributed and it has lots of people with small stakes, then X can approach 50%, where the attacker needs as much resources as he did under the model without proof of personhood. So these like economic and social layers layer together and don't like only slightly kind of dilute the security of one another and add multiple layers of different kinds of security without having to choose, am I going to like have a social security or an economic security? So that's really nice. So now like an extension of this that we're interested in doing research on is what if you try to weight people by SBTs? Can you do something that's kind of like this, pulling in social information but in an even more rich way? So here people have different kinds of SBTs. Some people have a diploma from that blockchain course. Other people got their POAP from Devcon. Some people want a contest, want a hackathon or something. And then an idea that's introduced in the Decentralized Society paper. So they consider various ways that you can weight people's contributions to quadratic funding. And one of them in particular is very general. So that's the one I'm going to focus on. And it's called the offset match. And the idea here is that you assign correlation scores between the participants. You say, okay, like participant I has so many soulbound tokens, and she shares so many of them with participant K. So I'm going to create like a correlation score out of that, and then I'm going to solve for these weights alpha that solve this like weird system of equations. So that looks kind of abstract, but I'll show some examples and give some of my how I think about this. So here, the woman in the blue shirt has two SBTs, and she shares one of them with the dude in the green shirt. So the correlation score is a half, and if you solve for the alphas, you get these alphas. And notice that like the idea here is to kind of give weights to anti-correlated groups. If like there's one group that has an SBT that's like really common and they're all kind of aligned with each other because as sort of evidenced by having the same SBTs, they should get less weight. So here, like tons of people have the diploma, so each one of them kind of gets less weight. Whereas the two people that have other POAPs, collectively they get more weight. However, there's this like weird quirk where the woman with the blue shirt got no weight and the dude with the green shirt got like more weight. So I'll come back to that quirk. So then what's the kind of philosophy behind this? So you have these like systems of equations. You have this like big matrix of all the correlation coefficients, and then you're trying to solve for this row matrix of the alphas. And if you squint and you take like a really extreme case and you're like, okay, like all of the participants probably fall into like a handful of clusters, and the clusters are really highly correlated with each other, but not very correlated with the other clusters, then you get a kind of matrix equation that looks like this. So like in each of the blocks with the ones, those are clusters of people that are very similar between each other, but then the zeros show that they're not very correlated with the others. And then if you solve this matrix equation, it basically gives you one equation per block. And it says that each of the blocks gets roughly equal weight. And that weight is shared over the people in the block. So if you have tons of people in your group, in your cluster, as characterized by the soulbound tokens they have, they don't get as much weight as like a smaller block that has like different experiences and different soulbound tokens that each one of them will get more weight. So this has some issues, and the authors of the Decentralized Society paper already point out some of these points, and they sort of propose this as a place to start to think about these issues. So first of all, the alphas may not exist, and they may not be unique if they do exist. Moreover, you can produce negative alphas. There are ways that you can sort of like patch this. You could say, okay, I got a negative alpha, I'm just going to round to 0. That might mess a little bit with your linear algebra philosophy. Generally, this handles how much weight you give it to groups pretty well, but it doesn't necessarily distribute that weight naturally to individuals. So like there's a tendency based on how the linear algebra works to give participants with a superset of SBTs compared to somebody else 0 weight. And this was that quirk that happened with the woman in the blue shirt. She had strictly more SBTs than somebody else. So the motivation for the Decentralized Society authors was to modify this formula for matching in quadratic funding to put alphas under the square root. So now in order to get a big matching grant, you not only want to have lots of contributions from lots of different people, you want those people to have big alphas. And how do they get big alphas? Well, by representing groups that like don't have so many people in them, and generally in order to get a big matching grant, you're going to need a lot of people from different groups contributing to your project. From Claros's perspective, so this is what brings me to this, you could imagine reweighting the stakes people have by the alphas. So you could use these like formulas over here for people's drawing odds. So we have this example from before, we give the same weights that we had before, and now, like the woman that has 40% stake, she doesn't have she has very common SPTs, so that kind of dilutes her influence a bit, whereas like other people with less stake but uncommon SPTs get more of a chance of being drawn. And this is a potentially natural thing to do. Using SPTs at all in Claros to sort of like interface with juror selection will allow us to have an explicit procedure where in some courts, in some decisions, in order to be drawn, you need to have expertise in relevant cases by having an SPT that says that you are an expert in that case. So currently Claros has like a game theoretic mechanism to discourage people from staking where they're not experts, but this would allow us to have like an explicit mechanism that's an extra layer of security. More generally, by having people that come from anti-correlated groups have different SPTs, attest to different experiences, you get this tying into like wisdom of the crowds ideas. There's been a lot of research that shows that groups of diverse problem solvers or groups with different experiences can often produce better results than more monolithic groups. So potentially we could produce better decisions by having this social layer in Claros. But you have to ask, okay, what's the security model here? What happens particularly if an attacker breaks the distribution of an SPT. If there are lots of SPTs being ordered by lots of different entities, maybe some of them will be more secure than others. And then you have other questions like, are the participants incentivized to keep the SPTs all in the same address or split them up? Like, you want people to sort of take their identity, you want people to have at least certain aspects of their identity all in the same wallet rather than having like different SPTs on each, like one SPT per wallet or something. So imagine this for the first point, what happens if an SPT is broken. A simple example, so imagine that like the attacker can break the distribution of this like diploma. He hacks into Coursera or whatever and like can produce tons of profiles with the diploma. If you have a group, as evidenced by this, that's sort of pulled out of this like clustering algorithm anti-correlation mechanism, that's basically just characterized by having the diploma, then the attacker can perfectly copy them. He can make an infinite number of profiles, or a large number of profiles, that exactly mimic people in the group. So he can steal all of their weight, and that's inevitable, no matter what weighting you use. What's a more interesting question is what happens if what happens if the group is characterized by having KSPTs? So I have a group of people, like most of whom have the same KSPTs, maybe they share a few KSPTs with other people, but mostly like they have those KSPTs and other groups don't. And the attacker just breaks one of the SPTs, the diploma. Well, then now you get this like, back to the block matrix, you have something that looks like this. Now the correlation between the attacker and the victims is like 1 over K because he has one of their SPTs. And you can solve for this, and under the offset match, or the offset weighting, the attacker still takes almost all the weight because of this quirk with people of supersets and subsets, where people with supersets of SPTs don't get any weight. So that's not great, but like, you could imagine adapting this somehow to try to be resistant to this kind of attack. Ultimately, you would want something that kind of looks like what we had with proof of personhood being matched with the economic staking, where adding this social layer kind of adds security and meshes well with the existing economic security. So there are other potential weighting schemes one could imagine. So this idea is related to eigenvector centrality. It's similar to the idea used in the PageRank algorithm. So in the original version of eigenvector centrality, there's not this like 1 over in the equation, and conveniently, simply enough, you can kind of turn it into a measure of anti-correlation or anti-centrality just by putting 1 over. So this still doesn't fully work. It's a little more resistant than the offset match to this like question of what happens if the attacker breaks one of the tokens. So more research can be done here. I know Glenn Weil at least is also thinking about some of these things. He has some similar ideas about eigenvector centrality that uses a different formula. So we can continue to think about like what one could put here that will be attack resistant in the most robust way. And just to conclude, so proof of personhood protocols can provide a natural base layer for certain types of social recovery, in some cases distributions of SPTs. Ideas developed around weighting quadratic funding contributions by SPTs are also relevant in other applications like juror selection. Maybe you have some airdrop and you want to give your airdrop to diverse people who contribute to your community in a lot of different ways, who've interacted with your protocol in different ways, and maybe that could be expressed by having different SPTs. But as we move from a purely economic model to economic plus proof of personhood, to proof of personhood plus economic plus SPTs, this can have effects on our security model. And like the ideal thing to have is to layer security, so that as we add these things, like the system gets more and more secure, rather than having to have to make sacrifices where we dilute the economic security. But there are questions about the various security models, what happens if an SPT gets broken, and do users have an incentive to split up their SPTs? So, thank you. If there's time for questions, I'd be happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much, William. We have a space for questions, if someone have any questions. Any? Okay, thank you very much, William. It was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
In 5 minutes, we're going to continue with the next presentation about self-sovereign identity. It's going to be amazing, so let's see you in 5 minutes.
Don't wanna talk if we're just talking only. Don't wanna walk unless you walk with me. If I wanna feel like I was feeling it at the start, keep me in the dark. Don't wanna move unless it's moving slowly. Don't wanna leave if we just leave it be. If I'm gonna feel like I was feeling it at the start, keep me in the dark.
Okay, we're going to continue with our next speaker and talk. And a question for you. It's our identity important? It looks like it's an obvious question, right? But historically, governments have our identity or take our identity, and in the recent times, also the companies. But today we're going to hear a different story from the innovation director of the city of Buenos Aires, Diego Fernandez. Welcome, Diego.
To feel alive, to feel alive.
Gracias, Mauricio.
Staring
Well, hello, everybody. As Mauricio mentioned, my name is Diego Fernandez. I'm the Secretary of Innovation of the City of Buenos Aires. And I will share with you basically how we were dealing, how we were planning with self-sovereign ID approach, and how do we got to the point that we are right now. So I'm going to share with you Quark ID, which is a self-sovereign ID protocol that we promoted. But let me start thinking about how do we deal with identity in the analog world. Let's think for a second about our wallets. In our wallets, we have a chunk of attestations of our identity. Maybe we have a driver's license. In my case, I have ID from 2 different countries, Uruguay and Argentina. I have a credit card from 2 different banks. I have a card from my health insurance company. I have a card from my soccer team, River. All of those institutions gave me attestations that make my identity. All of those institutions don't know that the other institution gave that credential to me. Nevertheless, all of them agree on a set of given standards, which is quite basic. It's the height and the width of the credentials. And why is that? Because we have our own wallets. We have our wallets. I have a black wallet, and maybe each and every one of you chose a different color of wallet. We choose the wallet that we want, and we put the credentials in the wallet that we choose. And how do the verification of this credential works in the analog world? It follows this triangle over here. The most important part of this triangle is the line that says trust in the base of the triangle. And why is that? Because let's say, for example, that the Buenos Aires city government issues a driver license on my behalf, stating that I am able of driving a car. Then a policeman stops me and says, hey, show me your driver's license, please. That when I showed my credential, the policeman needs to trust the Buenos Aires city government, needs to know how the Buenos Aires city government makes credentials in order to be able of verifying that the credential is valid and it is not a forge. But let's think of the last 30 years when internet took over and we became digital. How do we deal with identity in the digital world? Well, we have a huge problem there. Why? Because we don't have yet a digital ID primitive. And I'm really excited that I think that this is starting to change, that we are starting to build a digital ID primitive. But today, and we're all familiar with this, in order to ensure, let's say a bank, an insurance company, or whatever, in order to be sure that the other party is who we think it is, each company needed to make their own security frameworks, their own security approach. Hence, we have tons of apps in our cell phones. We have an app for the bank, an app for the government of the national government, an app for the local governments, apps for the health companies, app for the airlines. Taking this into the analog perspective will be the same as hey, sorry, I don't have a timer here. Huh? No tengo el timer. Sorry. Going back, comparing this to the analog to the analog model would be the same as if when the Buenos Aires city government gives you a driver license, the driver license came in a wallet that says Buenos Aires city government. When Visa gives you a credit card, comes in a physical wallet that says Visa, and we would be carrying a bag full of wallets. It doesn't make sense in the analog world, but we do it in the digital world. We have pages and pages of apps in order to be able of interacting with any given organization. What is the great advantage that the self-sovereign digital ID model proposes? As you see, conceptually, it's quite the same model of trust that we have in the analog world. But it's much, much better. Why? Because, as you see in the base, that trust line is not more a solid line. And why is that? Because a blockchain comes into place, and we go deep into this in the next few slides. The issuer creates a digital identifier and writes that digital identifier with its associated cryptographic materials needed to decode it in a public blockchain. When the issuer mints a verified credential to the wallet of any given holder, the holder is first able of accepting or rejecting the wallet, and this is really important in this model. Nobody can airdrop or give a credential to a user if the user doesn't accept the credential. When the verifier requests a digital proof of that credential, this request is claims-based, not credential-based. Let's say I have 3 daughters, 19, 17, and 15 years old. Of course, when I go to a bar and request a beer, nobody asks for my ID because everybody assumes that I am over 18. But that's not the case of my daughter. Today, in the analog world, we have a credential-based authentication or verification. So we give, for example, my daughter, when she requests a beer in a bar, she is forced to give all of her information, all of the information contained in, for example, her ID card, to a waiter handing her a beer. In this self-sovereign ID model, it's only claim-based, and you can give proof of certain aspects of your identity without needing to reveal all of the claims containing a given verified credential. So, for example, my daughter could just send a proof to the waiter that she's over 18, not giving her name, not giving her address, not giving what any other characteristic of her persona. And as that proof contains the digital identifier of the issuer, the verifier doesn't need to trust or to make no integration whatsoever with the issuer, because the verifier is able of checking in the blockchain that the verified credential is valid and that it was signed and created with the private keys of the issuer. So what goes on chain and what goes off chain, and this is really, really important. The only thing that goes on chain is the digital identifiers and the associated cryptographic needed to understand that digital identifier. They are on your right-hand side. You can see what's the structure of any given digital identifier in the Quark ID model has. Every verified credential, every personal data goes off-chain. Every personal data is stored in the user's personal device. In the Quark ID protocol, we are using an open source wallet. That open source wallet is non-custodial, and everybody asks me at this point, hey, what happens if I lose my wallet, my phone? Well, you have 2 choices. If you were safe enough of storing your private keys and backing up your confidential storage, then you will be able of recreating your digital identity wallet immediately. If you didn't do that, you're in the same situation that you are today in the analog world. You need to go again to each and every institution or organization that gave you a verified credential and request that credential again. I'm going to do a quick review of the 4 layers that the Quark ID protocol has following the Trust over IP Foundation model. In the level 1 is the blockchain level, the distributed ledger level. It's where we write every digital identifier so that it's available to anyone in the world that wants to verify it. In the layer 2, we deal with the peer-to-peer communication, with the agent communications. In this scenario that we were thinking before, when a waiter comes to my daughter and says, hey, are you 18 years old? he will establish a peer-to-peer communication with no agent in the middle whatsoever. This is based on the Devcon protocol, which is an evolution of the hyperledger areas. The third level relates to how do we deal with proofs, claims, and credentials. What is the way that we interact with those proofs, claims, and credentials? And the layer 4 is the ecosystem level. It's where we store, where we sort of announce all of the issuers, all of the entities available or authorized in order to issue credentials. One very interesting thing about the Trust over IP model is as each layer of this technology stack has a governance stack as well. I'm not going to go into the governance stack. I invite you to go into the Trust over IP model, Trust over IP Foundation website, because it's a really interesting approach. So let's go in deep into Quark ID. How do we envision Quark ID? We had, of course, the chance of saying, hey, we're a government, let's go and do this government implementation, and let's make the Buenos Aires self-sovereign ID protocol. But we're convinced that that's not the way to go. Why? Because we're convinced that the way that governments interact today with society needs to change. We believe in open, permissionless blockchains, and we believe that any protocol created by the government wouldn't be trusted. Just let me ask you a question. Would you trust a protocol created by the government? No, okay, I wouldn't either. So what we did is we called, Argentina has a very big and very thriving community of developers, of companies, of projects. Most of you for sure know Open Zeppelin, Decentraland, Sandbox, POAP with Patricio, RSK, IOP Labs. I mean, I can keep on mentioning, we have a really strong Ethereum community in Buenos Aires. So we called all of these guys and said, hey, you know what? We're going to pursue this goal. Why don't you help us? Why don't you help us developing this? And that call was pretty successful, and we started building Quark ID. And one of the definitions that one of the first definitions that we made is this shouldn't be a government protocol. This should be a community protocol. So you have a white paper on the internet, it's an open source protocol. It follows the standards that I mentioned here, Decentralized Identity Foundation, the W3C, Trust over IP Foundation, and we decided to implement within the protocol compatibility with the OpenID Connect because of the huge possibilities that implementation brings us. And of course, if we are envisioning the self-sovereign ID model as a way of identifying ourselves, not in Buenos Aires, not in Argentina, but in planet Earth, we need to be compatible with all of the implementations that are being developed around the world. The most important of them all, perhaps, the ID Union, which is the self-sovereign ID model that the ID Union is proposing with the NGI Lab. Sovereign, which is perhaps the first self-sovereign ID model which was developed, and ION, which is an implementation developed by Microsoft over the Site-Tree Moderna protocol. Quark ID is also developed over Site-Tree Moderna protocol. So how does Quark ID works? Imagine Quark ID as a self-sovereign ID layer. It's like a layer that goes on top of any given blockchain. So we needed, as I mentioned before, in the layer 1 of the Trust over IP model, we need distributed ledger blockchain. The first blockchain in which we anchored the Quark ID product was Ethereum layer 1. We made that anchoring, not envisioning to use really Ethereum as a security layer because of the gas cost, which will make it impossible to mint, for example, 1 million credentials. But anchoring the protocol in Ethereum layer 1 made it extremely easy to anchor it in any EVM-compatible blockchain. The second thing that we did is we took the ION implementation that Microsoft made of the Site-Tree Moderna protocol using Bitcoin layer 1. Hence, you can use Quark ID anchored in Bitcoin layer 1. And then we started with the layer 2 world. The first implementation that we made is Polygon. The second one that we made is RSK. RSK is an EVM-compatible blockchain which anchors itself in Bitcoin. And the last one was Starknet. As you can see, the vision in Quark ID is this protocol needs to be chain agnostic, and that is, for us, is a crucial definition. We're planning on adding different anchoring blockchains so that any ecosystem that decides to implement Quark ID may choose whichever security layer they wish. We, as the City of Buenos Aires, decided that the first implementation, that the first anchoring blockchain that we would use is Starknet. Why did we choose Starknet? Well, because their CK-proof technology is pretty sound, and it enables us to do a huge scaling, because we can do a quadratic scaling. We sort of scale transactions in Starknet, and then we scale transactions in Quark ID. Hence, we're able of using the self-sovereign ID protocol, the Quark ID protocol, with not even cents on the dollar for minting hundreds of thousands of credentials. That is extremely important for us. So, as I mentioned before, we developed this and we were able of achieving this with a strong set of partners. Extremian, which is a dev house located in Gibraltar. Starkware, which is a blockchain that you probably all know, based from Israel. IOF Labs, which are the creators of RSK, Beyond, OS City, Xcapit, etc. A very important thing. What is the roadmap for Quark ID in Buenos Aires City? We're rolling out the MVP in November this year. We're launching the protocol in January 2023. And what is our adoption plan? We hope to create 30 different verified credentials. That means 30 different documents, let's say birth certificate, marriage certificate, driver's license. So we have a roadmap of 30 different verified credentials. And we plan to mint between 300,000 and 500,000 digital identifiers, that mean digital identities, within 2023. Just to give you an idea, Buenos Aires is a 3 million people city, but actually we're a 7 million people community. Why? Because we have nearly between 3 and 4 million people that commute every day to work in Buenos Aires. So we plan to start in 2023 having between 300 and 500,000, sorry, I speak English as a second language. And we would like as well to have, and we are looking forward to that, 3 different private sector organizations using this security framework to mint their credentials. This is very important. Nobody needs to ask permission to any government to use this. Any given organization may mint their credentials without requesting permission from anyone, and any community in the world can use this protocol for free because it's an open source protocol. So Quark ID in a nutshell. First, it's an open standard self-sovereign ID protocol. Second, it's multi-chain. Third, it's interoperable with most of the solutions tackling digital ID in the world. Fourth, every private data is off-chain. 5, it's going to have autonomous governance. I'm going to do a small point here. Today, the governance is being made by this ecosystem of partners, but in the protocol roadmap is generating a DAO in the next 24 months so that the protocol is being able of getting governed by the ecosystem of, communities, partners, or whatever using the protocol. This, of course, is a very hard and difficult thing to tackle. We have all seen the problems with coin voting, etc., and it's something that we're working quite hard on it. 6, we're creating, or Quark ID is creating a growing public-private ecosystem. And 7th, and this is the most important point, the government is a user. We don't want users of the government. We want to be users as a government, and this is a change of paradigm, which for us is quite important. So, last but not least, why did we choose this path? What is the dilemma that we face when we tackle digital ID? Are we going to prove positives or are we going to prove negatives? What I mean by this? A soulbound token is a negative proof. It's something that you can say no, that you receive, and that proves certain negative aspects of you. I mean, for example, you don't have credit, you don't have credits, outstanding credits, you don't have criminal records or whatever. Proving positives is what I just described in the verified credentials model, which is data that you have and that you can show or not according to your will. In our view, both things are necessary and both things will occur, but self-ownership and positive reputational systems come first. We need to develop what I was mentioned before, this identity primitive that we don't yet have. On top of that identity, negatives will unleash a great power. Of course, and that great power would be immense for disenfranchised community, which will be able of requesting loans, for example, just using the reputation as a collateral. But it has certain potential negative things that we don't think that we are yet in a position to sort of deal with. Just to give you an example, if I have a negative reputation that I'm, for example, a woman, or that I am attending a mosque in United States, that person will have 68% chance of not getting a job compared with a Christian woman. I took this out of the podcast of Evan McMillan and Vitalik Buterin, which I strongly recommend you all to hear because it's really, really interesting. So, thank you very much. I invite you all to get into the quarkid.org website, download the white paper, and we hope that in the next, I don't know, let's say 30 days, 60 days, we will have the code available in GitHub and published in the QuarkID website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diego. We have some time for questions. Anyone have a questions? There is one.
2 questions, yes. 3 questions, come on. 4, oof.
Oh, okay. The first one, can I mail you in Spanish or in English? I think, okay, my friend. I am Vladimir from Ecuador. I think the concept for soulbound tokens and self-sovereign identity will converge in some point. What do you think?
I completely agree. I completely agree. I think that soulbound tokens and verified credentials are 2 different aspects of our identity. The positives, the verified credentials, are the things that that conform my identity. The soulbound tokens reveal certain social interactions, horizontal attestations, that of course will unleash a huge potential. The thing is that in our view, we need to start with the verified credentials model and then evolve into the reputational aspects that the soulbound token proposes, and then we will, because those are all of those are on-chain. And once you write something in a blockchain, it's written forever. So we need to deal first, in our view, with the verified credentials and the digital identity in a self-sovereign ID model, and then move to the soulbound tokens proposal.
Next question there, please.
So, great talk, I really like it.
Thank you very much.
Who helped you on building that strategy?
Sorry?
Who helped you on building the strategy for this project? And who helped you on the vendor selection?
Who helped on what, sorry?
To find the right vendors like Polygon and the others. Who helped you to find the right protocols and partners?
Well, actually, we did this with the set of partners that I mentioned before, with the guys from Extremian, from the guys with IOB Labs, from the guys with the guys of Beyond, with a lot of help, and I want to mention this, with a lot of help from the Ethereum Foundation, from Maya, from Steven, from Skylar. And how did we choose in which blockchains to anchor? Well, of course, as I mentioned before, we started with Ethereum because it was a no-brainer. And I was lucky enough, we were lucky enough of being able of chatting and discussing with, I would say every big player in the blockchain arena, and they were more than willing and open to share the details of their protocol and to offer support for us, and I feel very proud about that. At the end of the day, we decided to anchor the city of Buenos Aires in Starknet because of the help that they provided us and because we really believe in their technology, and we think that zero-knowledge proof technology unleashes a whole deal of implementations in a self-sovereign ID model, which we want to take.
Next question here, and there is some hands there and there.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you so much for the presentation. And then as a Latin American, I'm thinking about the user experience. So I imagine my family or my friends using verifiable credentials for reputation or any other use cases. But my question is, what is your roadmap or user experience? Like, if I lose my phone, are you thinking about other ways that I can recover my wallet? Are you thinking about other ways to store the verifiable credentials? Because in Latin America, for example, WhatsApp usage is huge, but people sometimes don't have a lot of storage to store different apps, so it's better to just have WhatsApp for them. So I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts on user experience in general for these use cases?
Okay, I cannot get who's speaking. Could you please raise your hand? Oh, here. Thanks. Well, it's a very good question. User experience, when you're planning in millions of people implementations, are the thing that you need to deal with. I always like to say that we're giving you this possibility with this protocol. First, you can use, we're starting with 3 different wallets. The Quark ID protocol wallet, Xcapit is building, which is a crypto wallet, is building an implementation for the Quark ID protocol, and OS City has a digital identity wallet that is also being made compatible with Quark ID. As I said before in my talk, you are able, if you have the technical knowledge, if it's not technical, if you go to settings and you export your private keys, so you store your seed phrase in whichever place you wish, and you do a backup of your confidential storage. Let's say you put it in your Google Drive or you take it out in a pen drive or whatever. Then if you lose your phone, nothing happens. You take your private keys, you recreate your wallet, you take your confidential storage, you sign it with your private keys, and then you have your wallet, your digital wallet online in your phone again. Of course, if you don't have that knowledge, you will need to go again to each and every one of the mint of the issuers of your credentials and request a reissue. The same way that when you lose a physical wallet today, you need to recreate all of those documents. In our view, we're really focused on giving users the best experience whatsoever and start sort of sharing how users may back up and safeguard their own data. In our view, the share of people knowing how to back up their data will increase over time. And we hope that in the next few years, everybody will do it. Each time I get this question asked, I share a personal experience that I am 50 years old. My mother, something like 30 years ago, said, you know what, son, he was 60-something, I want to learn to use the computer. Would you show me how? So I said, okay, sit with me. Grab your mouse and put it in the start button. It was a Windows 95. So she took the mouse, she did like this in the screen, said, you know what, Mother, no. You need to get somebody, I cannot teach you. Today, if she hears me, she will tell me, but today my 83-year-old mother uses WhatsApp, does FaceTime, sends mail, configures her own email. 30 years passed, but we're positive that people will get to understand Web3. And we think that we have the power as a government of onboarding a lot of people into Web3 technologies. And that is using the power for good, in my humble perspective.
Thank you very much, Diego, and thank you all for your questions. If you want to ask anything else, he likes to talk a lot.
No.
It's a joke. A lot of people in Argentina and in Latin America is very proud about this leader in the public sector. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Diego.
very much, Mauricio.
No, my pleasure. We're going to continue with the next talk. What? Cuando quieran.
Come on! Last day at Devcon.
Come on.
You're probably tired.
Let's put some
hangover.
energy, guys.
Come on, stand up, please. Come on, come on, come on. Shake your body. Shake your body in order for the blood to flow to our body and come on, come on, come on. Good. The ones in the back, come here. It feels so lonely here, you know. I come from the climate change world and you from the blockchain, so we need to work together.
Let's dance. Let's dance. Whoa. Some energy in this morning. The last day in Devcon, guys. How was the party? Okay. Our next speaker, Agustin Materi, is going to talk about climate change or social change, the role of blockchain. Please, an applause. Welcome. You're very welcome.
Are you better now? Good, good. Good. Well, you know, 15 days ago, I was a diplomat. I used to work for the UN for the last 7 years until I get to know how hard it is to change the system from within. So now I'm here with you guys in order to change it together, right? And I wanted to share with you some of my learnings, my thoughts, my feelings from all this experience, especially regarding climate change, right? And I would like to work with you in order to get a solution that actually really transforms what is happening now with the climate action, which is just a symptom of something more deepened, which is our production and consumption system. So I really wish the blockchain ecosystem does not fall into the repeating the same, but with a nicer technology or a cooler technology. So, where should I point this? I think it's not working. Ah, that's it. Well, here is our friend the dinosaur, coming from 66 million ago, giving an advice. And the cool thing of this is that this was a campaign issued by a UN agency. You probably, when you think about the UN, you think of the most conservative or maybe century 20 organization. But the guys were encouraged, because of the whole science we are reading the whole day, to launch this sort of campaigns, right? And this is related to the potential extinction we're about to face due to climate change. You all probably have heard about the Paris Agreement, and we need to understand that the Paris Agreement was built over the biggest consensus scientifically and politically in the history of humankind. This is strong, right? So when we hear about the 1.5 degrees we shouldn't surpass in the next years, what is that? Because I think it's very difficult to embody it, right? So for having like a tangible data in this term, you can read the latest World Meteorological Organization, together with the UN Disaster Risk Management Office, saying that the forecast for 2030 is 1 point disasters a day. This is the latest report. So 1.5 degrees more is 1.5 disasters a day in this world. So that's earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, heat waves, everything that affects, obviously, people's lives, but also infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, and so the internet, and so this blockchain. So we really need to be specifically concerned on this. I really recommend you to see this documentary. It's very new, because it actually appeals to how we create negation mechanisms when we hear all this information. And it happened to me, even at the UN, reading all the reports and being part of the reports. So what are you going to do once you know? But what are you going to do once you feel it? Once you get to know, get to feel what you know, get to believe what you know. So this kind of paralyze you or move to action, real action. So, going into my diagnosis of why we are here in this situation, I think there's a clear misleading the approach. That is the all-in SDGs. You know, SDGs have very incredible targets of poverty zero, hunger zero, clean energy for everyone, etc., right? Sustainable consumption, production. But we have this SDG, which is number 8, and promotes indefinite economic growth. So, going into a very precise example, everyone wants to go renewable, right? Renewable energy. But what if tomorrow or today we all decide to go 100% renewables? Well, we need minerals for that. We need extraction. According to the World Bank, we need, in order to be aligned with the 1.5 degrees of the Paris Agreement, we need 3 billion tons of minerals, lithium, cobalt, graphite, which is under the Amazon. It's down the Amazon. So, and that will imply a lot of trade-offs in other sectors, in other SDGs. And obviously a massive amount of burnt oil. Because we are just moving the emission of GHG to other sectors, transport, extractives, the industry. So I was willing to enter here dancing one song of the Rolling Stones, but due to copyright stuff, we had another one. But the Rolling Stones said it in a very nice way. You can't always get what you want, and that's my part of the song, like all in SDGs. But if you try sometime, you just might find you get what you need. So let's see a concrete example of the misleader I'm telling you about. 25 years of the voluntary carbon market. This is a few-to-few approach while emissions rising, as you already know. So, in the demand side, the rich offsetters, the buyers, Coca-Cola, Airways, Cargill, whoever, principally from the food and energy sectors, which are the most polluting ones, the principal generators of climate change. Look at this data from Oxfam. During the pandemic, when the economy was shrinking, 453 new billionaires in this sector. That is supposed to offset in order to get below the 1.5. Rich middlemen, in 2021, $1 billion for the carbon market, few traders made in 2021. And this is the worst part of the story, because these are the guys in the supply side, the guys that are protecting the ecosystems we need to thrive. Look at this notice from a community in Kenya. These projects are sending people out, and they can even not afford to put into the market their own supply, their projects, because they are made for the rich. In order to credit and be able to sell a credit, to present a project, you need the transaction costs are huge. So that's why you have big landowners with trees, with forests, claiming reductions from, I don't know, 100,000 hectares baseline, and next year I will do 70,000%, you can pay me that. Is that the SDGs? Are they supposed to do that? So, getting into blockchain, what is happening right now? You probably heard also about the hype of the eco tokens, of tokenizing these voluntary carbon market credits into the blockchain. And it's very interesting, you read this research published by Thomson Reuters, also like 1 month ago, from a scam that was raised in Brazil due to a person that was living in the community where the project was being held that died. He died in the project, and due to his death, everyone paid attention to it, and the scam was leaked. So just look at this. This crypto company in Brazil has been accused of packed more than 2 million carbon credits and turned them into crypto tokens, at times selling the credits for 8 times more. So they mixed, in those 2 million, they mixed very low quality credits with middle credits, and they packed them. I mean, you know, a low quality credit is the one that has no environmental robust asset behind the token, right? So the editor this was a WhatsApp message leaked. The editor who initially approved the project a decade ago found that deforestation may have been displaced to land nearby. And that is a violation of one of the main principles of the carbon market, of the voluntary carbon markets, which is permanence. But it's very difficult. How can we ensure we measure a project, it's perfect? How can we ensure that the deforestation going on there does not go to the other land, or maybe another country? It's a global problem. And they didn't even trust, they created 150 green jobs. 150 green jobs for 2 million carbon credits. It's huge for almost nothing. So, we need to know that although this, and we need to remind, I think, what blockchain has been built for, the core principles of blockchain, right? How those could be applied into this. You know, upstream, we need to replace those few offsets for those big polluters making new billionaires in the most polluting sectors. We need to replace one offset from those ones from like a participation in that one from all of us, savers. Then we, as Vitalik said, we need to automatize the center, that's blockchain about. And downstream, allowing those humans, those real populations, that probably there's a gap because they cannot reach internet in many cases. But anyway, they are the ones that really have an inherent willingness to defend ecosystems and the forest because they live in the forests. That's inherent transparency, right? And that's what blockchain, I think, in my humble opinion, should be about. So, but what about the agenda, right? I think we need to consider, and I've been talking with a lot of you in these days about this, because I am not an expert in DAOs, nor blockchain as well, but these guys are 500 scholars and former ministers of environment that presented a letter in the last UN Disaster Risk Management conference asking the UN to replace the SDGs for a more sincere agenda. An agenda that is really aligned with science, that is focused on locally led adaptation, climate adaptation. That's not mitigation to reduce, but adaptation, how to create resilience for this, for the infrastructure loss we've seen before. And also this disaster risk management, which is very, very important not to lose, among other stuff, the blockchain. So are we willing to put ourselves in a position to help these guys to put, because they probably don't know what blockchain is, they probably haven't even think of this. So what if Ethereum Foundation or whoever here wants to collaborate in this, we make some noise and help these guys through DAO or through the blockchain governance tools we have, create the capacity building and create a pilot project to really change the world. So going back to the many-to-many approach I told you in the carbon market, or the eco tokens, this pilot has not been already executed, but it's very interesting how it has been designed. Because it was really designed from many to many. Although it could not be so ambitious at the beginning, it was really what I'm trying to say in an example. You can see those investors in the middle, which the project tried to gather from the application of a bank where almost everybody in Argentina, this is for El Chaco, Argentina in the north, where everyone received their salary, so they give now with this project they should give the option, instead of saving with something else, you can buy an eco token. And in the supply side, this is a very interesting part, and Diego, I think before me, he spoke something of interesting things about this, but how the jurisdictional authorities, how can we somehow, we need them in a part. They have the infrastructure to reach those territories. We don't have it yet. So the governor of Chaco committed, at least verbally, so this is just an idea, remember that, but he publicly confirmed that he wanted to do this, and he wanted to reach the territories of those eco tokens revenue, to reach directly the populations living in the forests through smart contracts. And he committed himself to sign a bill in order to sort of delegate his mandate in that regard, not the jurisdiction, because that's a legal problem, but to delegate. And I think that's a very important role for the state, for the government, for the old paradigm to become a helper of this to actually be unleashed, right? And another example I wanted to share with you, which is also very brand new, they're working already, and they are from Colombia, they're from here, Eco Registry. Because we need to know what to do about the transition. Because we have those Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, Cargill, Bayer, whatever, willing to, and the demand for carbon credits has grown exponentially in the last years. Not the supply because of what I told you. There's no money to create projects. But yes, the demand. There was a 2 billion annual demand for credits in 2021. I think we should harness on. But how? This is a very interesting model here in Colombia that is spreading into other countries. So they are not going to, they don't just tokenize a carbon credit, whichever the carbon credit asset quality is, but they migrate into blockchain every part of the process of the life cycle of a carbon credit. From the project design, formulation, validation, verification, the issuance, the buys and sells that could be before retirement, that is when the company, the corporation, claims the emission reduction. And they are making this very transparent and very efficient, to the point that the average in the market of reaching money to the developers is like 25%, roughly. These guys are reaching now 50%. And they have a short-term plan of reaching 70%. So that could be a smart transition. That could be, because those numbers, those efficiency numbers, could make the transaction costs easier and lower for the small communities actually to be involved. So finally, if Ethereum vision, this is the web page of Ethereum, is to grow, remember my slide of the SDG 8, we need to clearly think and be aware and beware of what kind of growth and for whom, because humanity is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustin. We have room for some questions. Somebody want to ask to Agustin? We have here. I'm gonna go there. Just 5 seconds.
Thank you so much for the talk. Really, really loved, especially the ideas about making, these markets, these processes more inclusive, many to many. I think that's a transition that, like, all the impact space really needs to go through. When we think about that, though, how does that marry with the fact that, like, carbon markets and the capital moving into that space just needs to increase? Because, like, the $2 billion number is a lot, but, it's probably a tenth, 100 of what we're going to need.
Exactly. Yeah, and even more. No, a good question. Yeah, obviously it's not the solution, not at all. I think we need to remind the slide of these guys presenting a new agenda that's trying to redirect all the international cooperation system that, or the paradigm under, or the agenda under which all the money that enters the UN and also the bilateral cooperations and also corporations are flowing the money too. So we need to, I think my first answer would be we need to redefine the politics in order for the tool, the blockchain tool, to work, to make it happen. But we need the politics, right? We need to get them right. So, yeah, voluntary carbon markets is just this, but I focus on that because of the hype of the eco tokens.
Thank you for that question. Any other question? If someone wants to do it in Spanish also,
sí.
Right? Another question there, please.
Yo soy abogada y diputada en México y estoy tratando de que el gobierno pueda implementar la tecnología. Y una cosa que va a ser un cuestionamiento es el tema de cambio climático, pero no entendí muy bien la relación del contrato inteligente con el cambio climático. ¿Me la pudieras explicar un poco más, por favor?
Bueno, ese es el problema de los abogados, que a veces nos ponemos muy técnicos. ¿In English or Spanish?
English or Spanish? In English,
okay.
Please.
Well, actually, it's a crazy idea. It's an idea that popped into my mind, and I share it with Pau here, my friend from Ethereum. And I just saw that I am very involved in I know a lot of scientists and former ministers and everyone that came from the UN. So I get to see this letter that has been presented in this. So it was just an idea, because I think my opinion is we need to connect the dots. We need to integrate these two worlds. Those guys that are, in my opinion, very well aligned in the policy, defining the policy for what we are going to need for those 1.5 disasters a day, and for the energy transitions by taking a look at the territories. What if we, I don't know, think together how could a DAO could look like, or many DAOs, or not a DAO, but the other governance tools coming from the blockchain. So it's just an idea that we can discuss and we can create it together. So thank you.
Thank you. There is another question there, please. Here, the white.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I wanted to ask in relation to the idea of many-to-many, that sometimes means, and the idea of taking away from the big, offsetters and empowering the little local impact makers, that requires taking the technology to places where it doesn't really exist, right? So how do we empower, how do we create that impact so that it's local people doing things for themselves instead of the blockchain industry trying to decide on their behalf and think they know what they're dealing with?
Cool. Very, very interesting question. And obviously, my first concern when I thought of this was, how are we going to reach a person that does not have a cell phone? So I think that it's a gap that we need to try to reverse in a way. And I think that we can build over some projects, right? The other day in the Sustainability Blockchain Summit, I've heard there was a girl from Coco, I think it's called Coco Project, or Coco DAO. And she was working in this, here, you are here, great, amazing project. Well, you should ask her, and we should bring it to the table. This is us, this is not me, so let's think that together. Thank you.
Any other question? We have time for the last question. English or Spanish? Or thank you very much, Agustin. Amazing talk and amazing job.
Thank you.
In 4 minutes, we are going to continue with the next talk with Antonella, talking about usable security in Web3. 4 minutes.
Hay un video, ahorita me pasas tu contacto y te lo paso.
Your love takes me higher than I've ever been before, and your heart's on fire. It lights me up, but your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Our love's on the wire, and feels like we could fall. Yeah, we're both just treading water, and it cools you down, but your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it, and I know it. Your heart aches in love, and I know it.
Hola. Well, there is a lot of talk about how to onboard the next billion citizens on blockchain. And a very important part of that is to have a very easy to use products, the UX UI. But there is also a concern about how improving the UX UI can have some problems in the security part. So where is the balance between the security and the user experience? That's what we are going to learn today from Antonella, that is going to talk about usable security in Web3. Welcome, Antonella.
Gracias. Hello. Web3 is redefining the level of control people have in ways that was deeply different and how this had been done before. Not only that, Web3 has started with literal financial value. Even though this is an empowering proposition, we see how people has their money compromised every day. I'm Antonella. I do product security at MetaMask. My folks are there. Before that, I've been led the user experience team at the Tor project for half of the decade. Deploying privacy and enhancing technology is not a crime. Wallets can be a lot of things. We can define wallets as a container of private keys and their system of permissions to manage them. Every time a DApp asks the wallet to execute a transaction, the wallet is asking the user to confirm the usage of these keys. Dan Finley and Eric Marks made a beautiful definition. Wallets are built around the responsibility of mediating the interactions between untrusted applications and users' keys on the computers, getting appropriate consent from the user. If we map a threat model of a non-custodial wallet like MetaMask, we will discover that the two more important assets that we have at stake are a pair of keys and the permissions to use these keys. Sounds simple. This talk is not going to be about private keys. It's not going to be about artifacts to protect this private key, like seed phrases, passwords, passphrases, or attacks on that. Today, I'm going to talk about permissions. And I want to talk about permissions because permissions is the elephant in the room usability topic dev for end users in this ecosystem. There is a lack of interest at protocol level on how protocol decisions affect everyday people's lives, and the responsibility of giving users the chance to understand what they are giving permissions to falls on wallets. When we talk about permissions, we talk about an invoker requesting the wallet access to certain user information. It can be different depending on what the app is prompting the user to do. During a connect flow, for example, the app is requesting access to users' public keys, the address, to be able to push requests in this way. And this is the user-facing interface on how the request looks on user's computer. I'm sure some people have been facing these screens before. The wallet is making an epic effort to expose and trust information in a secure environment in a legible manner, so the user can consent to execute or not this transaction. We do things like threat intelligence, threat analysis, human review. We have a Lava mode for preventing supply chain attacks. You should check out on Kumavi's talk from yesterday. We have phishing detect block list to mitigate phishing attacks, our bounty program, and more. People who work on security knows that this is called elastic security or security in depth. But it is not enough to enable users to consent in transaction. And I will stop, and I imagine that some people is questioning why we are talking about consent in a usable security talk. And friends, because they are not secure systems without consent. Consent is the radical idea that one person must voluntarily agree to the proposal of desires to another. Thinking about this while building technology is to give a feminist perspective to active consent, to apply it to the social information systems that we work with every day. These are not my ideas. These are ideas that came in the backbone from the feminist principles of the internet, for open human-centered design processes, and more. Basically, when we talk about consensual technology, we talk about having control over our digital bodies, which of course include our data and for sure our money. So, how a transaction based on consent should be? A few people have been thinking about this, defining a framework on how to approach a consensual way to having interactions. I really like the 5 principles defined by folks at Allied Media. You can check this and more in the website, it's consensualtech.io. So, good consent is freely given, it's revocable, it's informed, it's enthusiastic, and it's specific. And what we mean by all these things? The fact that the consent is freely given puts the person in a position of doing something with another that should be made without pressure, with force, or manipulation. Anyone can change their mind on what they do at any time. Trust is not forever. This is why transactions should be revocable. People should be able to understand what the trade-offs are of this decision. People should be able to read what they are going to consent to. People should be able to comprehend what is going on. Consent should be enthusiastic. If someone is not excited or really into it, that is not consent. Consent should be specific. Saying yes to this now, today, here in Bogota, in October, doesn't mean that I said yes to other things. So we started to questioning our interfaces and how they could become interfaces that could enable people to give real consent. The usable security design question that we put over the table with our teams, with designers, with developers, with project managers, with people working on metrics, with people working on communication, was if we build a transaction flow grounded in consent, how could it look like? And you spoke, and we are listening. We read social media, we read the forums, we read. And we are working hard on improving our confirmation screens. Even when new transactions methods are being defined right now in other rooms on protocol level without considering how to expose users to a consensual interaction. Let's see the case of approvals. Approving token allowances is like a fundamental pattern of Web3, in Web3. To allow smart contracts to interoperate tokens and provide a better user experience when interacting with apps. In order to perform operations that require interactions with demand contracts like minting, stacking, swapping, users are first required to permit the invoker smart contract to transfer a number of tokens on their behalf. Sometimes the DApp required improving this infinite amount of these tokens. Even if the user trusts the DApp, it could be problematic. This is our current tokens allowance screen. We have the origin domain requesting this transaction. We have the contract explicit who is asking for this interaction. But the point here is we don't have allowances in the first screen of this flow. And we have been working on that. We iterated this. This new UI aims to empower users to define an allowance that they want to give to the app. We split the flow in two. We now have gas fees in the second screen, which was something that people was looking too much on the first version. And now we have specifically who actors are interacting in this transaction. We are allowing users to verify contracts. We are making explicit which assets are being transferred. We are adding friction to warn users when the site is requesting the entire collections on a NFT to be transferred. Users can, I said that before, can verify contract details and more things. Echoing on what Taylor said this week, we should be responsible of what technology we build. We should build technology that respects people. As developers, as wallets developers, we have the responsibility of critical thinking about how to expose users to give consent to a decision that directly affects their digital bodies. And this allowed us to explore opportunities to design decentralized technology that respects people but practicing open design methodologies. Balancing security and usability, it's complex. We do a lot of complex things here. It requires an adequate threat modeling, the possibility of including people in your development process, and trying to understand people's mental models to match with the flows that we propose as a facilitator of consensual transactions. We are trying to generate more open spaces to discuss usable security in the decentralized web. If you are in product, if you are a designer, if you resonate with this, you can find me. I will be happy to talk about this. If you are a security researcher, if you are a hacker, if you want to punch our services and get money, we have a HackerOne program in place, hackerone.com/MetaMask. If you are a developer and you have ideas on how to improve MetaMask, you want to extend it, you want to connect your API to MetaMask API, exposing the MetaMask UI, you should check out metamask.io/snaps and Eric's talks from yesterday. I personally believe that there is a long way to go to rethink how the information systems to which we delegate trust interact with consent. This is an open call, and I invite you to think about that with me. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Antonella. And we have several hands up. We are going to start here, but we have two there. Oh, we have a lot of questions, Antonella.
Hi, super presentation, thank you. Quick question, the UI that you presented, is there a date when they're going to be released?
We are working on that later, quarter four. Yes. We work in an open environment. We have a GitHub repository, so you can check stuff. Thank you.
Next question. We have some 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
Hello. Hey, Antonella. Thanks for your talk. In your presentation, you told that as a security researcher, you have to do balance between user experience and security. How do you draw that line of saying the user is supposed to know the thing, and I have to teach the user that the thing that they have to know?
Good question. I don't think we are here to teach users. I think we are here to inform people to make informed decisions. The balance between how much information we show on the screen and how this information resonates with people, and also the time that happens between the people make a decision and read may vary and change. I think that is the most fun part, finding this balance. I think it's super important also to work with users. If you have a product, if you are building a protocol, no sé, whatever, you should have users in your development process. So you can expose users to your product early, and you can get feedback. And that is so rich, because you have people using your product before you go live or whatever. So that answers your question. Little bit.
Perfect. There is 1, 2, and 3, and 4. We have time, guys. So, and I see the 5th here. Please.
Thanks. Great talk. As part of your definition of consent, you discussed revocable, and where does MetaMask or the UX fall with revocability and helping the user know that they can revoke or what they've given consent to in the past?
Beautiful. It's a protocol issue. It's not our problem. No. We should work together on protocol level to make sure that, to comprehend that we are human and we can make mistakes. And I know that revocability is like a hot topic in this space. There are a lot of ideas on how to make transactions revocable. You can do things like, I don't know, having a space of nonce in the middle, and you have a certain time that you can revoke and stuff. There are smart people thinking about that. But yeah, it's an open question.
Hi, great word using is consent. How do you think it's possible to handle a signed message consent, specifically when we sign some structured information on MetaMask? You will see a JSON that is really hard to understand, and there's been a lot of hacks lately based on ERC20 tokens able to permit user to sign message in order to allow for transactions. So it's very hard for a user to know if you're approving a Genosis multi-sig transfer or giving permission to someone to spend your tokens on your behalf. Have you thinking any kind of mitigation for this problem on MetaMask?
There are a lot of initiatives that want to make transactions readable. There are, I remember 5 right now, but there's a lot of people working on that. I think it's the next step for big adoption should be having transactions in a readable manner. And I see companies making their own versions of this. We should aim to have a community-level consensus on how we are going to expose this to users. I think it's more powerful if we work all together than if a company says that they are doing clear signing or something like that. So yeah, I think it's a work in progress, and I hope you are building also a solution for transactions to be readable. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation today. I feel like I learned a lot. So one question I just really want to ask is about MetaMask product design. So as far as I know, initially MetaMask didn't want to launch the swap function, and later on they launched the swap function. I just feel like in the current space, the switching network is really a significant problem in improving UX. I just want to ask more about what's the future plan on MetaMask about this interoperability issue, and does MetaMask have any plan to solve this network switching problem?
Yeah, amazing question. I can open my computer and show you our designs after the talk, and we can discuss it. We are working on network abstraction. It's super interesting because it's super early in the moment right now, and the options are infinite. I don't think the version we are going to ship first is going to be the best one, but I think it's something good that we are going to iterate. And we are going to learn also how people is using different networks. We are thinking, we can talk an hour about this. But yes, please find me and we can discuss how the design of it.
Hi. I actually have 2 questions, if allowed, but one is a follow-up to the question before last about signing and permissions and how those interact. And even where they are readable, if there's one particular thing that's being asked for over and over and over and over and over again, the user will get alert fatigue and just be clicking. And to avoid that, I was seeking to have a permission for that particular thing that gets repeated many times, and was here for the hackathon last weekend and wanted to use MetaMask Snaps to make that easier, and was told, oh no, actually MetaMask Snaps doesn't support working with the permission system to do that. I was wondering if there are plans to allow Snaps to work with the permission system in the future, to follow up on that.
Good question. I think the most powerful thing about Snaps is the list of permissions we have available right now is not static. It's something that is going to grow in the future. So I'm not here to say when, but that may be something that is in the pipeline.
Okay. And the other question was, you showed earlier some designs where you were making it clear that like, oh, you can set a limit for how much of a token a particular dApp can be authorized for, and you have a line in there like, oh, you can raise this limit later, but you aren't telling people that there's a cost to do so. There's like a financial cost of doing so later. And I think that it seems to undermine this idea of consent a little bit, because you're not telling people that there are going to be costs if they want to limit things now and then add it later. Do you have any thoughts about why that decision was made to obscure that?
Agree. We are not exposing future costs of the transaction, and maybe it's something that could be part of some documentation on user-facing education material or something like that. Estimating how the thing is going to cost in the future, it's weird, but I don't know. Maybe it's something to explore.
Thank you for that question. And the last one.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for this great presentation. It's really insightful. So I have a question around the fact of giving consent. You mentioned that it's quite complex because it's either you give too much permission and you fall into an area where it's dangerous as a user, or you give too much restriction and then you hurt the usability of a user, because the user then cannot do that much. What's your opinion on that? Like, how do you find the sweet spot of the right balance, like this right area where it's not too risky, but on the other side it's not too unusable?
Great question. It has different parts. First, you should have an interdisciplinary team working on stuff, because it's more powerful. You have more views when building something for people. Then there is something very strong happening at MetaMask right now, and is the fact that we are building a product for the entire world. Put us in a position to hire people from all over the world. So basically we have people working everywhere. And this is powerful because you have people sitting at tables making decisions that have different biases, mental models. This is one part. The other part is talk with users. I think talking with users is it's so insightful. You are going to discover things that you even imagine in the first, second, 3 rounds of user testing. So, diverse team, users first, and try and iterate. I think finding the balance is the most fun part of being working on this.
Thank you very much. We have time for one last question in Spanish. Can be also, if not,
en español.
En español puede ser, si alguien
Sí,
se quiere animar. If not, muchas gracias, Antonella.
Gracias.
I'm so proud to present this kind of leaders, Latin American leaders working in these very, very hard problems. In 2 minutes, we are going to start with our next talk, and Adrian is going to talk about the post-merge Ethereum client architecture. 2 minutes, and we will start. This is going to be very interesting.
If that's your decision, then I'll let you be. Oh, if that's what you need. Meet you where you find your answer. If it changes after, then I'll let it be. Oh, if that's what you need. Every time
talking about being proud in the ecosystem, we have to be proud because the merge was so was so perfect, and we finally have it in the ecosystem. And we are going to talk with someone of the team that makes the merge possible. And I'm an honor to introduce you in this stage. And Adrian Sutton is going to talk us about post-merge Ethereum client architecture. Bienvenido.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Hola. What an awesome stage to give my first Devcon talk on. It's fantastic to be here. Thank you for taking the time to come and listen. So I've got a fair bit to cover. I've had to kind of keep cutting slides all week because I realize how small 25 minutes is. So let's get into it. My name is Adrian Sutton. I'm a lead blockchain protocol engineer with Consensus. I started out 4.5 years ago, actually working on Hyperledger Besu before it was first released, back when it was Pantheon. And more recently, I've been focused on Teku, the Consensus client. So I've had some experience with both the Consensus side and the execution side, building new clients and bringing them and getting them ready for production, and then going through. And yeah, probably the highlight of my life now will be having seen the merge complete and go through. So very proud of that and very excited for Ethereum. But what we're going to talk about today is some of the things that we didn't actually kind of get done, and some of the consequences of the way we did the merge, which was fairly minimal, deliberately, so we could get it done, so we could get rid of all that burning proof of work. So I wanted to tell you everything you ever need to know about Ethereum clients. I'd love to talk to you for a couple of hours about that, about consensus and execution layers, but I've got 25 minutes. That's a bit of a problem. So we're going to cut the scope down a bit, and we're going to skip over some of the finer details. We're focusing on the more high-level stuff here, the architecture, how things fit together. This isn't the kind of talk where I'm going to tell you about the nitty-gritty details of how the engine API works. Little bit of assumed knowledge that you know Ethereum here, but I think that's pretty safe for this audience. I think you should all be able to follow along pretty well. To give you some background, there's three key things that I want you to know about Ethereum clients, and that'll form a real grounding for the things we're going to talk about post-merge and what they mean and the impacts of that. So, the first thing is, there is a lot less difference between consensus clients and execution clients than most people believe. Yes, they do quite different jobs. Yes, at every opportunity when we were designing the beacon chain, we said, nah, mate, we can do that better. Let's pick a different technology. So there's basically no shared code between the two. But there are a lot of shared concerns and concepts. And there is a lot that we can learn by talking to the other side, by consensus client developers talking to execution client developers, and vice versa. Networking is probably a really good example of that, in that the core concept of it really has three parts. The first is discovery. We need to find peers. The second is gossip, so that new information flows around the network quickly. And the third is request response, which is the ability to say, hey, I missed some data. Can you give it to me? Or I'm syncing. How do I catch up? Each of those are quite different technologies. For discovery, Consensus uses Discovery v5, Execution uses Discovery v4. For the other two, it's libp2p versus devp2p. And in terms of the formatting on the wire, it's SSZ versus RLP as well. So completely different technologies underneath it, but still this same concern of how do we find peers we can trust? Because the world is out to get us in client development. We don't trust anyone, and there's this sea of peers. How do we find the good ones? How do we find the honest ones? And how do we get a good view of the network and know what's going on? Things like Sybil resistance are common across clients, DOS prevention, and those kind of peer scoring algorithms. The trade-offs between reducing latency when we're gossiping data by broadcasting it to more peers, and then the duplication of that data and the increase in bandwidth. And then ultimately, they're both blockchain clients. They're both dealing with this tree of blocks and this concept of reorgs, which is fairly unfamiliar for people who are new to client development. This idea that the world is fixed here. It's not like a single database. Suddenly we realize, hey, there's a better chain over here, and we reorg. How do we pull out, say, transactions or attestations and other operations from the chain we were on and check that they all made it onto this new chain? Lots of code and lots of logic flows around that, and lots of impact throughout the client in the way it's designed, the way it works, and the kinds of things we have to think about when dealing with algorithms. So, on the consensus side, probably the big thing that we keep coming back to and drives a huge amount of our decisions and has impacts everywhere is the fact that proof of stake is not just a block-driven blockchain, it's also time-driven. So even if no blocks are produced, the world state continues to change now that we're in proof of stake. Every 12 seconds is a slot. Whether it's empty or not, we apply rewards and penalties and concepts for validators. And as a result of that, there's a fairly limited amount of time for blocks to be produced, gossiped around the network, imported into other clients, and then attestations produced. And that's that first 4 seconds of a slot. It's pretty tight, and particularly post-merge, we're seeing more and more that sometimes we don't quite make it, that blocks are coming out late, that they're taking too long to import, and then attestations are being produced before that block is actually ready, and so we get a wrong head vote, which reduces the validator's rewards and slight impact on the performance of the network. So if you ever propose something to a consensus client dev and it's going to slow down that process of getting a block out and then brought into the client ready to be attested to, we're going to have a hard time and we're going to push back. On the execution side, it's a bit different. Time is still important, obviously, in performance, but the big thing is this world state. A Beacon nodes database is in the order of 50 gig to 100 gig for the total database. On an execution client, it's more like 500 gig to a terabyte. Very rough numbers. I told you it would be high level and hand wavy. But this order of magnitude difference in size, and that has all kinds of implications for performance, and it means that there are all kinds of different approaches to how you handle sync, to how you prune that data and manage it as it changes, how you index into that data, and that impact then flows through the rest of the execution client. So every time we're touching world state, everything that has operations to do, whether it's transaction, gossip, and so on, all comes back to this world state and getting access to it. And that's what drives a lot of big things for execution clients, and we want to give them scope to keep inventing new ways of dealing with things. Okay, post-merge world, now that we've set the scene, the deployment model, you've probably gotten a hang of these days. We have two separate clients. You need to run both a consensus client and an execution client, and they both connect to their own P2P networks for gossiping data and retrieving stuff. The blocks come through the consensus client, pass through the engine API to the execution client, and it's that engine API that allows the consensus client to control the execution client. And this is one of the first things people notice as something we probably should clean up post-merge, of why do I have to run two pieces of software for a single Ethereum node? Well, there's a couple of solutions we can look at for that. The first is embedding a light consensus client into each execution client. I really like this idea. It's simple for users to run a node. It reduces the system requirements. Light client consensus is a lot less impact and a lot less bandwidth and CPU than the full consensus protocol. But it does come with some trade-offs. You will always be one slot behind head because you've got to wait for the sync committee to do its job. You can't run a validator node this way. And it's a reduction in security guarantees. For most nodes, like if you're the type of person who really just wants to run one thing because you're running a home node and you just want to send some transactions, it's probably a really great solution. But it's not for everyone. So often, people suggest that we should combine clients. We should take a consensus client and mash it into the same process with an execution client. I'm a lot more skeptical of this. It does make it simple for users to start a node in that they've got one process. But ultimately, it's really bad for client diversity. We've got something like 5 consensus clients and 4 execution clients to choose from. That's 20 different combinations. Are we really going to maintain 20 different combined clients so you can run them as a single process? And who's going to do that? And even if we were prepared to do it, there's all kinds of dependency conflicts that we're going to get into because all of a sudden, 2 separate development teams' work is being pushed into a single process. And to resolve that means development teams working much closer together and being restricted by what they're doing. So we get a lot more cognitive load for core devs, a lot more coupling, and we lose this nice separation that we've somewhat accidentally got between consensus and execution layers. And that's a real disadvantage for the Ethereum ecosystem because that separation and the ability to have people who specialize in consensus and people who specialize in execution allows us to build stuff a lot faster and build stuff much more in parallel. And the final thing is it encourages client scope creep. And that might be a little unexpected here, so let's dig into it a bit more. This is what a real Ethereum deployment often looks like, and it's not as simple as the first picture. Because we learned ages ago, even before the merge, right? We learned ages ago that putting your wallet inside your execution client is just dumb. It's really bad for security, and so we stopped doing it. You know, if you've managed to load your private wallet key into Guest still and you're using those key management APIs, please stop. Use a real wallet. And so you're already using 2 processes. You're already using 2 different things to access Ethereum. Then, not every consensus client supports running the validator client in the Beacon node at the same time, in the same process. Some do, some don't. Very common requirement for people wanting to set it up to have a separate validator client for various reasons. And you might even take it a step further and want to secure your keys more, and so you use an external signer that possibly has an actual database for slashing protection. You probably should be monitoring your 32 ETH investment at minimum, so you get something like Prometheus. Everyone likes flashy graphs, so now you've got Grafana. And then you start adding on things like Mev Boost. So all of a sudden, we've got a lot of stuff going on. You know, you can't imagine all of this being put into one process. It's not viable. It's not what we want to do, and and we don't want to lock people into saying, "Hey, get started with Ethereum. Here's a single process." Oh, you want to do something well? Oh, yeah, throw out everything you learned. Do it a different way. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So, what I think is the real solution here is ETH-OS. Important note. Please, don't make it an actual OS, right? We've got good operating systems. But this idea of moving up a layer of coordination is going to be really important so that we can maintain this decoupling of consensus and execution clients. They don't need to know too much about each other. They use the standard APIs to communicate. But we can start with, here's a single process you run, and it will spin up your execution and consensus client and have them hooked together ready for you. Then if you want to add a validator, it'll add in a validator client for you. It's just another config option without having to start again. Same for Mev, same for metrics, and so on. The really good news about this, it already exists. In fact, it exists in multiple forms. Things like ETH Docker, ETH Wizard, DAppNode, Stereo all have some version of this or that makes it easier to run a client and kind of hides the details of the fact that there are multiple processes and coordination required. Of course, the downside is exactly that. We're hiding the complexity. Underneath the hood, lots of different things going on, lots of moving parts, and we need to be very careful to ensure that we have good definitions between each of those parts. So things like building the execution and the engine API well and making sure that all those little details get fleshed out and documented and so on, and that over time we keep making it more robust. Okay, beyond the initial deployment, what are some of the other problems and opportunities that we now have because of the merge and the way that these 2 clients work? First one is a pretty big one. We got a bunch of data duplication. So the consensus client blocks include the execution payload, which is what your execution client sees as a block. And kind of by default, both clients wind up storing that data. So we've duplicated the execution payload, which is what contains all the transactions. It's pretty big. And that increases our disk space requirements overall. So you will probably see if you're running a beacon node, post-merge, its database will grow in size faster than it did pre-merge because of these extra transaction data. There are a couple of ways we can address this. The first one is that there's a proposal that's been around since pre-merge, but just execution clients didn't have time to deal with it, basically, and I'm not sure consensus clients did either, for get payload bodies. Now what this is it's a fairly efficient way for a consensus client to say, hey, I need the payload for this range of blocks. And that way, the consensus client can simply stop storing it, and instead it can rely on the fact that the execution client will be storing those blocks anyway. The consensus client does need that data, and it needs it fairly quickly when it gets it, because things like queries to its REST API, if you ask for a block, it's got to give you the full block, so it's got to go and get it. And the same for networking. When peers request a block, it's the full block that we need to send back. And that in particular, we want to be fairly fast, and we really want it to be efficient. That's probably the big challenge we have with this deduplication right now, is that we're asking the execution client to store data and give us access to it on our terms. If you remember, the big thing for execution clients was managing data. They have a lot already. Their database is under a lot of pressure, and that's the performance bottleneck. So Lighthouse has a feature where they will kind of emulate this get payload bodies through the existing JSON RPC. Cool tech, well done. And it turns out it puts a lot of pressure on the execution clients. Sometimes it works well if you've got enough I/O, sometimes it hasn't, and they've added an option to be able to turn it off and just go back to duplicating the data, which for some people has worked out better. The other issue that floats around here is that we get an increased coupling between the two clients again. Not so much in terms of the logical side of it, in terms of what their responsibilities are, but more in that if your execution client is resyncing, your consensus client just lost a bunch of block data it thought it had. And there's a lot of complexity around how to deal with that. It's reasonable. You'll probably just start getting errors from the REST API and say, oops, don't have that block. All of a sudden, same for peers. It's quite possible that you don't have that block anyway. All these details can be worked out, but it's kind of part of cleaning up the mess we left behind when we got the merge done. Such is life. The other solution, which is a bit easier and kind of cheating, is let's just not store all the blocks. So we've talked about this with EIP 4.4s on the execution client side for quite a while. And the consensus client, learning from that, actually put in the spec that we don't have to keep all the blocks all the way back to Genesis. It's never been spec'd that way. It's about 5 months that we need to store. So if we just started pruning those older blocks and deleting from the database, even with this data duplication, we wind up with a pretty small database for our beacon node. It's probably enough. It certainly would be for a lot of people. And we can do the deduplication as well to make it even smaller. The really nice thing about that is that for consensus clients that aren't trying to form an archive node, that would make their disk usage almost static. It would grow, but only really slowly as the number of validators grow and the beacon state grows, which is relatively small. That way, we're kind of avoiding this ever-growing creep of disk space usage that we've kind of seen with Ethereum because of the growing world state. It's nice that the consensus client doesn't necessarily have to have that problem. Drawback is, obviously, if you're running an archive node, then you want to store all the blocks, you want to store all the data, and you're really going to want to lean on the deduplication to save disk space instead of this approach. And the other part, which things like the portal network are aiming to solve, that those older blocks are harder to find. You can't just request them from any peer on the network. And they potentially become unavailable. It's technically okay, but it doesn't feel good for a blockchain to kind of lose old data. So it's not really something we want to encourage, and we want to have systems in place so that we do hold on to them. There's a bunch of research going on there. For example, era files are defined, and we can use a number of things like that. Okay, so the other place where we see an interesting interaction excuse me, between the consensus and execution clients. That water didn't help. Yeah, so this interaction between the two clients in terms of non-canonical blocks. So blocks that we receive that we don't believe are part of the canonical chain. Maybe we receive them really late or whatever. For an execution client, particularly ones that only store one version of the world state, rather than the full tree of all the world states, they're really tempted to want to just not bother executing the transactions, because they don't want to store that world state. They're only storing one anyway. And so the engine API allows that and allows them to say, this isn't worth executing. I'll store it, and it's here if it becomes canonical, sure, I'll execute it, but I'm not doing it now. And they can return accepted. The problem is, on the consensus client side, we have to track that that block isn't fully valid. So the execution client didn't execute it because, you know, world state's big, that makes a performance problem, that kind of thing. On the consensus client, though, that delay in execution might become a problem if we have to reorg over to that block, because it's going to add delay right at the point where we're likely to not want it, that time sensitivity thing. So we're about to create a block, and we've realized, hey, we're on the wrong chain, we're going to reorg over to this one. All of a sudden, we've got a block we don't know is valid that we think is now the canonical chain. We have to wait for the execution client to execute it before we can safely perform any validator duties that are involving that block. That might delay the validator duties, best case, but it may just cause them to be missed. So it's going to be really important to have some understanding of these different pressures between clients, because for short reorgs, it's actually really important for the execution client to go ahead and spend a bit of CPU and disk I/O to execute all those blocks to avoid potentially causing the consensus client to be in a time pressure scenario. But then for long reorgs, that's probably okay. It's less common and much less likely that we'll need to reorg to something that would cause a long reorg. Danny Ryan's talk and the opening session particularly showed that, where we're just not seeing many reorgs at all, which is fantastic. Okay, so summing this all up, there's a bunch of other problems that are there and cleanup that we need to do, these loose ends. But they are loose ends. They're not going to require more hard forks to fix. They're not going to require massive amounts of effort. It's just the normal day-to-day plugging away of engineering. So keep up with the latest versions of your clients and life will keep getting better. I think we want to continue to learn from the other side, right? Consensus and execution clients through the merge process have really started talking to each other a lot more than they did back before. We were really focused on the merge. We want to keep that going. We don't, though, need execution client devs to be an expert in consensus layer. That split is powerful, and we want to really leverage it and look for other places where that kind of split can be useful. And that's part of embracing this kind of multi-component future of Ethereum, that you don't need to know everything about every component of Ethereum. You can know your little part, even just within the layer one. That's all I've really got time for. You know, thank you for listening, and I do believe we have some time for questions, which would be awesome.
Hello. Yes, we do. We have time for questions. Do we have any question from the audience? Please raise your hand. There is a question. Sir, thank you.
Hey, cool talk, thanks. So you mentioned multi-component and embracing that aspect, and I think for the most part, you know, we're on our way towards that. I think one area where that is not quite the case is between like the beacon node and the validator across clients, right? For like Prism or Lighthouse, whatever. Do you know, is there a roadmap with like Besu, for example, or sorry, Teku, for that to allow like validator, a Teku validator to talk to like a Prism beacon node, and like what are your thoughts there? What are the challenges to be able to accomplish that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is really useful to be able to have a Teku validator client talking to a Lighthouse beacon node. The good news is that the standards are there for that. So from right back before the beacon change launch, this is theoretically possible. In practice, it's been a bit hit and miss. We've actually seen really good compatibility with everyone else except Prism. So Prism uses gRPC. They kind of got in first and did it, and we didn't listen to them and did a REST API because we liked it more and we kind of outvoted them. So we put them in a hard place there. So their validator client uses gRPC. They do expose the standard REST APIs, so most clients their validator clients can connect to Prism, but Prism's validator client generally can't connect to anything else. Otherwise, they generally interop pretty well, and particularly for Teku, because Infura was exposing the beacon node APIs, which they've deprecated and removed now. Because people kept running validator clients against Infura, which is kind of terrible. So it is possible. It is something that we need to ramp up testing on more. Every so often we find a little corner case that didn't work as well as it should, and those kind of things. But yeah, a lot of the base layer is there for it. Mostly it works, and I think particularly with post-merge, it's going to become more and more common, because you so often use a validator client that fails over between two beacon nodes now.
Any other question? There is another question, another hand there.
Hey, Adrian, thanks for the talk. I want to ask, what are your thoughts on current design that the consensus client is tightly coupled with an execution client? I mean, one consensus client has to talk to one execution client. That sound like, what's the reasoning behind it? And another thing, like, what do you think about DVT, distributor validator tech, and how will it influence the future of clients?
Yeah, so on the first part there, it is pretty much, and I probably should have mentioned this, that one consensus client generally has a tight coupling to one execution client. The key reason for that is that the consensus client is writing and updating and controlling the execution client. There are some solutions, and I think this is part of the multi-component stuff, that you can actually run a middleware layer that will take the calls from the consensus client and spread them across multiple execution clients. I love that. I love that it's built as a separate thing and not something that as a client dev I have to do myself, because it's hard. And there's a lot of different policy scope there in terms of, do I trust this as my primary execution client? What if they disagree? Do I want 2 out of 3 to agree? All these kind of details. We can build that really well with a dedicated product rather than trying to build it 5 times once in each consensus client. In terms of distributed validator technology, I'm not a huge expert, but again, that's pushing towards becoming a middleware layer. And I think that's, again, really powerful and really good. It certainly is a great technology to help de-risk some operations with validators and have unique deployment models that are around there. So it's something I'm really keen to see keep evolving and keep kind of finding new ways of doing it, and ideally that we find ways of adjusting pretty much the validator APIs that we use, those REST APIs I talked about before, adjusting them so they're more and more conducive to an external piece of software just being able to handle it all and handle it well. There might be some trade-offs there, we might hit some limits, I don't know, but yeah, definitely a technology to keep investigating.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Adrian. It was an amazing conference. And please, a big applause for him.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we are ready for our last talk before the launch. And talking with Philip, there is a keyword in this next talk that is user fairness. And Philip Diane is going to talk about maximum extraction value for the next trillion, not billion. It's time to get serious. So thank you very much and bienvenido, Philip.
Thank you so much for having me. So great to be here. All right, everybody. Hello, hello. It's so good to see everyone. I haven't been in a stage like this in about 3 years, since Devcon Prague, back when I was an obscure PhD student and giving a talk in a similarly sized room that no one showed up for. So very emotional to be standing in front of you all here as the steward of Flashbots and looking at how much has happened in our industry in the last 3 years. I also am a PhD student at Cornell, but this talk is in my capacity as Flashbots. So today I'm going to be taking you all on a tour through the dark forest. And this is actually the dark forest where I spend my time, where I live, right? So I know I'm taking the meme a little literally, but I'll also show you some pictures I've taken in my journey over these last 3 years, finding MEV and really trying to fight for user fairness. So I learned in teacher school that some people only learn well with an outline. So we're going to talk about 3 things today. The first one is, where did MEV come from? Why are we here? Second one is, where are we today? So I'm going to talk a lot about Flashbots and the choices we've made as a collective, how they relate to things like the base layer of Ethereum, security, and fairness for users as well. And I'm going to talk about, where do we go? So what is the goal for MEV? What is Flashbots doing? This is a question I get a lot from the community, and we're going to start to answer it today. And how can we all do it together as an open source, as an Ethereum community, to really build these systems for the next trillion? I'm not kidding about that. So this all started for me with this academic paper I wrote at Cornell called Flashboys 2.0, where we looked at the market dynamics of several DEXs that were popular at the time, around 2018, 2019. And we looked at basically the game that bots were playing to arbitrage these decentralized exchanges and how they related to things like user fairness and consensus security, using extensive measurement infrastructure. So if you're interested in that and you haven't read that paper yet, I highly recommend you check it out. But in that paper, we define this term called MEV. Maybe you've seen some talks on MEV at Devcon here. So we define this as saying OO fees, or ordering optimization fees, represent one case of a more general value we call miner extractable value, or MEV. And that refers to the total amount of ether miners can extract from manipulation of transactions within a given time frame. Which may include multiple blocks worth of transactions. So there's this sort of duality to MEV that we've been exploring and pointed out basically after this paper, where on the one hand, MEV is this financial potential energy that runs through everything we build, every system we build. And on the other hand, it has risks. So what we said in the Flashboys paper was MEV poses concrete, measurable, consensus layer security risks. And we show that MEV poses a realistic threat to Ethereum today. That was 4 years ago. So today it's even more so. So how do we get to a place where we preserve the decentralization of these systems we're building, where we make sure that this MEV is used for good and not centralization, that it doesn't entrench actors into our systems which are not aligned with user fairness? How do we make sure these systems actually work for the people that are using them? Well, there's one simple answer to that, and this photo is actually from a hike I took after Devcon Osaka. Again, all these have like a little emotional story for me, so I'm kind of indulging myself here. But we do that by playing the long game. So this is what I spend my entire time, kind of for the last 3 years, obsessing about. What is the long game of MEV, and how do we get out of a world where we're all captured by Citadel, where we're all captured by Robinhood's new crypto wallet, where we're all captured by MetaMask, where we're all captured by Flashbots or a centralized builder. This is the world we need to get away from, and we need to play the very, very long game here. So what am I doing about this? Well, one thing is stewarding this project called Flashbots, which we announced in this blog post called Front-Running the MEV Crisis. And it has 3 goals. Number 1, illuminate the dark forest. MEV, when we started, was an opaque, obscure, niche area that no searchers wanted to really talk about publicly. You couldn't get the kind of data in the Flashboys 2.0 paper without doing months of academic research. And that's not good, right? We need to communicate to the community, to the users, and to everyone exactly what is going on in these systems and exactly how it affects them. So that's illuminating the dark forest. The second thing we need to do is democratize MEV extraction. So if we want to preserve the decentralization of the systems we're building, we need to make sure that our validators aren't these vertically integrated monoliths that essentially operate as hedge funds. That would be basically a worst case scenario for our network. It would be a direct capture opportunity for entities like Goldman Sachs, Citadel, Robinhood, et cetera, who you already see moving in this direction on Ethereum today, right? So we need to make sure that MEV extraction and the benefits of MEV extraction are available to all. And the last one is to distribute MEV benefits. So it should not be the case that only the users or only the validators are benefiting from this concept. All right, let's talk about where we are today. This is a picture from West Virginia, also a very dark forest. It was cold there. So now we're kind of on the heels of the Ethereum merge, one of the largest, most massive system upgrades we've ever seen. And Flashbots has been working towards decentralizing itself. So before, what we had was a vertically integrated builder where it would plug directly into Geth itself and basically build all blocks. At that point, we were building upwards of 90% of MEV-laden Ethereum blocks. And we decided to democratize this further by splitting this role into several interfaces with many participants. And this was a direct kind of attack on centralized builders, to let new block builders and new entities that wanted to participate in MEV have a direct channel to connect rather than needing a high upstart kind of legally heavy world the way we see in TradFi PFOF, which I consider highly suboptimal. So what do I mean by decentralization? So this picture is actually a perfect example of it. What we need to do to decentralize is build many, many parties with many, many utility functions that work on the system together and that cooperate. And these parties need to have meaningfully economically distributed power. So that's what we're working on. After the merge, the adoption of this system has currently reached about 56% of all kind of Ethereum blocks. And Flashbot's dominance currently on this system is at 81%. It's a number we're kind of actively looking at here. And you can see that you get a quite substantial validator payment boost from running this system. So generally up to like 300% of the fees you'd make otherwise, but often spiking as high as even 80 ETH in some blocks. Okay, so that's great, Phil, but how is that illuminating? How are we doing today on these three goals, illuminate, democratize, distribute, and what are we doing here? So the first thing we're doing at Flashbots is we're aggressively committed to open data. We believe open data is the only way to escape centralization and get to a decentralized, fair universe. In that regard, we've been pioneering much of the data used by a lot of the ecosystem on MEV. It's very hard to read an MEV article without seeing Flashbots data quoted therein, and we provide open data on both public goods blockchain transactions that do not flow through us, as well as transactions flowing through our node. Not only are we a leader in this space ourselves, but we also have inspired many other parties working in the MEV space to start by releasing transparency dashboards, which was unthinkable 3 years ago. So several other companies that are doing this include Western Gate, Jump, Skip, Zero MEV, and much more, inspired by the illumination culture of our Explorer. And we're taking this past the merge with rich public data from all the centralized infrastructure we're running, as well as dashboards where people can see how this infrastructure is kind of progressing. And we're going to continue this culture of open data and illumination through this talk, through proof of stake, and through any future we're in. One last thing I want to say, and this is the biggest font I used in the entire slide, so this is important. You cannot illuminate without research. Flashbots is committed to doing research as a first-class citizen in its activities and having a dual research and development engine. You can see that in Devcon here. You can see the representation of Flashbots researchers, both in the audience and the number of talks they've provided. I recommend looking at the schedule that we've listed on our forum with several amazing talks there. And it's extremely hard to look at an MEV event or an MEV article or do MEV research without using this public goods research that we've been doing. All right, Phil, that's great. You guys are illuminating. What about democratization? So democratization is extremely important to me. That means that every user has to have equal access to the system that we are building here of MEV. And on that perspective, much like my friend the little frog, I believe we're a long way from home. So I want to address kind of the elephant in the room. This is one of the memes I've heard a lot at the hallway track of this conference, which is OFAC. So we run a lot of centralized infrastructure in our systems today, That is not the long-term plan at all, but today we do. We do kind of comply with US regulations on OFAC, which has become a meme. So this threshold actually crossed 51% today. What does this mean? This kind of shows two things. Number one, we've been like very successful in our mission to democratize MEV, almost too successful. We've almost grown too quickly to outpace and build these competitive ecosystems we're striving towards. So the next thing we need to do is ensure as much global cooperation on these systems and as much diversity of participation with different utility functions as we can. If you look at what the Ethereum blockchain looks like today, this is a picture from last night of OFAC-compatible blocks. You can kind of get a scope of the situation. So the reality is today there are not many transactions that are actually under these regulations, as well as you have about half of blocks complying with them. What this means is you may generally have to wait 15 to 30 seconds longer for the inclusion of a sanctioned transaction. This is not the same as a 51% attack on ETH because it doesn't operate at the consensus layer. That being said, it is concerning, right? If this number gets closer to the full proportion of ETH block power, that would be kind of upsetting for the ability of a lot of parties to get transactions included and also for Ethereum to operate as a system and as a foundation. So how do we get out of this and make sure that doesn't happen? Well, there's one thing from me as Flashbots that I'm going to say, and then I'm going to go into really how do we get out of this on like a technical level. So what I have to say as Flashbots is we do not intend to impose our utility functions or our legal risk analyses on the Ethereum network, full stop. That stands against everything I believe in. It stands against the last 7 years of my participation in this ecosystem and the last 10 years of my participation in cryptocurrency in general. I'm here for censorship resistance. Everyone who knows me knows that. And I've also researched this issue, long before OFAC. So how do we get out of here? We believe one key tool is open source. So open sourcing as much of our infrastructure as possible is the only way we get out of this centralized builder morass, right? We need to make sure that people can easily build this technology, that the barriers to entry are low and almost non-existent if we want to have a diversity of participants, a diversity of competition, and meaningfully economically decentralized power in the systems we're building. So this is something we're actively working towards here. So this first graph is an adoption graph. You can see on the bottom basically the adoption in purple of the MEV boost system on ETH blocks, and it's steadily increasing in adoption as we reach 50%. But if you look at who's actually building these blocks, where that bright purple bar is Flashbots here, you can see a number of new industry players are coming in to building blocks, and as well as relaying them. We have several relays, as I showed you on a previous slide. And this is, to us, key to democratization. So in our opinion, the relay is not a piece of software that will exist in 2 or 3 years. It will be replaced by PBS or more sophisticated kind of interfaces. On the other hand, the builder is extremely concerning to avoid centralization in because of the entrenched incentives in that level of the stack. So how do we avoid centralization? Open sourcing is one way. Supporting our competition is another. And a third way is making sure we lobby aggressively the entire ecosystem to avoid entrenching centralized choices like private or exclusive order flow into the way they do business, because these will destroy the system that we love as a whole. Okay, Phil, so how do we get out of here? Well, like any forest, when you're in the middle of a forest and it's dark, the only way out is through. So come with me on a journey and let me take you through where we are today. So the first thing we're doing is on the left. We're supporting not only Paradigm as our partners, but many others who are asking these hard social and legal questions about the base layer, about validation, about how this impacts everything we're building. We're supporting them as much as we can with discussions, with engagement, and in many other ways. The other thing is, on the top right, you can see a part of a tweet storm of mine where I talk about how to actually achieve censorship resistance and neutrality through decentralization, through geographic distributions of the preferences of different utility functions. I don't think you can pressure any one validator to be decentralized, and I think that will ultimately make you more centralized. If you knock on Coinbase's door and you say, guys, you have to shut down now, or you have to mine transactions that will get your public company sanctioned by its relevant authorities, that's not how you build a maximally robust system. That's how you push your system to the edges. This is MEV for the next trillion. We're trying to go to the whole world, the entire financial value of the entire world here. So we are absolutely trying to go beyond the preferences and utility functions of any single player. The other thing we're doing is these are research posts you can read from Vitalik and our team that we've been engaging on for a while on how do we bring back the status quo of proof-of-work style censorship resistance, where the validators have agency on choosing only builders that are not censoring, while maintaining the revenue that they can see from MEV optimization. So we don't want to make validators choose MEV optimization or censoring. We want them to be on whatever point on that trade-off point they want to be at, and we want to incubate as many points on this graph as we can. And how do we do that? We do that through research. Again, research is absolutely key, and we cannot get out without it. Alrighty, so much like tree roots, the last step is to distribute this MEV to our entire community organism in this room. So here is actually the part we've done the least work on, but the part we're really going to focus on next. So we do have this product called Flashbots Protect, which you can plug into your MetaMask and essentially get the benefits of private MEV auctions and extend these to all normal, retail kind of users of blockchain, so that you don't need to be a sophisticated party to access the benefits of what we're building at Flashbots. But we have a much, much more richer set of features to come on this front, and I'm going to talk about that next. The bottom line with Distribute is we've been too slow. Like, I'm not going to lie with you. We must do more here. And I think the other two have kind of taken priority, but it's time to kind of make sure we really give users the benefits of this MEV. So my guess is in a year, people are going to be happy to be sandwiched because they're going to be saving so much money on their transactions. So don't call it a sandwich attack. Call it a sandwich, and let's make sure it doesn't lead to a centralized builder world. All right, let's talk more about walking out of this forest over here. So where are we going? So this is how I see the MEV marketplace as a user validator supply-demand optimization problem, where the user wants to minimize the fees plus MEV, basically the rent it's offering to the system, and the validator wants to maximize this, basically the commodity it's offering, to resolve this potential financial energy of our universe into a single collapsed discrete state. So what do we need to do in this market? We need to make it more private. Privacy is the key here. You can't have freedom without privacy. We need it to be more decentralized, economically meaningfully decentralized. We need it to be more competitive geographically, so one actor cannot dominate the preferences of the system. We need more user tooling, so users can be sophisticated on their side of the curve. We need a market that's more robust, efficient, and geographically diverse. To me, this is self-explanatory. If we're not building towards these three goals, we're going to fail. And we don't want to have externalities on the Ethereum network, corruption of the validator set, changes of incentives in proof of work, or any of these other kind of externalities of MEV. And we want to maintain the success of Flashbots in democratizing MEV to the searcher community already, and prevent first-party deals between searchers, builders, relays, and other actors in the system. These are best done when you communicate on a technical, not a political API, and that's what we're aiming to build. So WTF do we do next at Flashbots? Well, we're going to decentralize the crap out of this thing. That's the answer. So we are here to avoid entrenching centralization at every step. This is my commitment to you. As long as I am here in this community, I will be working, whatever the status quo is, to further decentralize power in MEV in an iterative way. And I expect every single person in this room to hold me to account. Okay, now you can clap, sorry. So we're not going to end up owned by Citadel. No, I'm not done. Sorry. Just a little applause. So what are we doing at Flashbots? This is the question every community member asks me, and today I'm going to answer it for you. And please kind of follow up with me and start the conversation. We're building a project called Codename Suave. It's something we've been working on for kind of the last almost a year now, and that we're going to be releasing iteratively to the community and building towards further. It is not an end state, but an initial state to start the conversation about how we decentralize this existing ecosystem that Flashbots has built to all of our friends, all of our competitors, and all the other projects in the space. So what is Suave? Suave is an MEV-aware, privacy-first, encrypted mempool for users and wallets. So Suave will make the maximum leverage of a user's economic value to force the system to provide them fairness, essentially, and vice versa as a negotiation tactic in this market. It features progressive decentralization. So along with the iterative steps on our centralized infrastructure that we're going to take towards Suave, we're also going to have a very clear decentralized roadmap that we expect you, again, to keep us to account on. And for our friends at rollups, L2s, any other, whatever you want to call them, side chains, multi-chain, we're going to give those actors a turnkey decentralized block builder for both their validators to maximize their revenue and for their users to maximize the output of their economic transactions without entrenching further centralization into the rollup or into the other chain. So this is very, very important. Cooperation without centralization is what we're doing here. I'll give you some more keywords about what we're building and spend a little bit of time kind of ranting about each one of these. So first is a fully decentralized block builder. We stand against centralization in the block building market, and I know that may seem inconsistent with our previous views, but it is my belief that the only way to achieve decentralization is to front-run the MEV crisis and credibly decentralize every modular component of it. This is going to be a fully open source system that's going to be developed in the open. So starting in about a week, we'll start releasing information, specs, possibly even prototypes and code. We'll see 2 weeks TM, right, like for users to play with. And we want you to come discuss with us. That's what decentralized means. If you consider yourself a competitor of us, we want you to come to the table and we want to build this together because we really believe truly that the best outcome for the space is if we're all doing this together rather than fighting each other in zero-sum games. It's going to be ETH native, so that means aligned with the ETH validator set and intended not to corrupt the validator set of Ethereum or impose things like undue token incentives or other centralization risks on the EVM layer. And it's going to be fully EVM compatible to kind of bring the benefits of all these EVM chains and their interconnectivity to MEV. We're going to provide optimal user execution that harnesses MEV. So we're going to use MEV as this decentralized engine in the long term to make sure the users get really the best execution on their trades in a way that's really going to make TradFi look embarrassing very shortly, in my guess. We're going to offer full compatibility with Flashbots today, so many of you may search on Flashbots, may relay blocks to Flashbots, may do whatever. And we want to have full compatibility with that system going forward. We want cross/multi-chain support. So this one is kind of self-explanatory. I mean, everyone asks us, are you going cross-chain? Are you going multi-chain? Come on, what do you guys think? Of course, like, yes, but also ETH native and ETH aligned. We think this is the key combination for these systems in the future, so they serve the whole world, not just one area or one set of clients or people. Last thing is we're going to maximize competition and geographic diversity. So this is the most important point that I kind of want everyone to leave today with, is we don't get out of the dark forest unless we have competition and geographic diversity, and unless both of those are really meaningful. So we can't build systems, Solana, that, for example, privilege certain economic zones or require you to have low latency to an existing set of infrastructures, because then we lose out on the benefit of these global utility functions and the amazing cooperation that these utility functions enable. So every step we're going to take is going to be intended to maximize this competition. We're going to enable open order flow for Ethereum's future. What is open order flow? Open order flow means no first-party deals between wallets, builders, and/or validators, because we believe that these first-party deals in TradFi have led users to have absolutely horrible execution and have entrenched extremely predatory rent extractors, if you will. And the last thing is we're going to have programmable privacy. So how do you achieve all this? How do you give users back their bargaining power? They need to have control over what information they're giving, and that only comes through privacy. It's one tool that we need to get out of the situation we're in, although it's not quite enough by itself for reasons that will become clear over time. So this, to me, is the genesis of a new phase of MEV, a new cooperative, positive-sum phase of MEV, to get us out of this zero-sum, negative, centralizing ecosystem that we're headed towards. Even though we have avoided vertical integration, we now need to avoid builder centralization. So that will be the next job of Flashbots. I want you all to help. Please, 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 every person in this room, let's, all these photos are from my hikes, and when you're on a hike, the best thing you can do is get to the top, because then it's all downhill from there. It's all nice and easy. The cool breeze is flowing on your back. So I want to hike with you all. We're going to have to climb the mountain first. I'm sorry. It's not going to be easy. but we're going to do it. We're here for years and years to do this together. Especially if you're a user, a wallet, or a rollup, we want to be talking to you now about centralization in your system and the rest of the stack. We're hosting a roundtable on this later today, so please reach out with an application if you're interested in that. Lastly, please check out our forum where we make all these discussions, and come troll the crap out of us about OFAC, centralization, competition, unfairness. Just hammer us, you know, please, please. So we really want you to participate in this because you can't meaningfully diversify power without diversifying participation. So we look forward to talking to you all, and hopefully this makes you feel a little better about us not being like the evil Goldman Sachs Borg that censors us all. Thank you.
That was awesome. We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Make them spicy.
Yeah. There is a question here. 1 and 2.
Hey, thanks, Phil. Great talk. So I think talking with the community recently, one sort of trust issue that people have with Flashbots is you do all this great open source work, and it's not quite clear what's like the end game. What is the way you make this into, you know, something sustainable, profitable for Flashbots? Obviously, there's a research collective. There's also a company or foundation or some sort of entity there. So can you talk, you know, to people about like, what is Flashbots, the company organization, trying to build, and how do you see yourselves integrating with that ecosystem in a way where like others can also thrive?
The truthful answer, and this doesn't satisfy people internally either, is we don't know yet. We think it's too early in this market, and there are too many kind of variables and competitors to make a call without entrenching something that further provides centralization in the long term. So we're intentionally avoiding that. People ask, like, what do you pitch the VCs? Why do they invest in you? Well, we pitch them like, look, guys, you own ETH. We're going to solve this problem for you. And like, do you want your ETH bags that are worth 100x more than us to go to 0 or not? And yes, we also pitch them that we do want to be sustainable, because as a mission-driven organization, if we're not reasonable and sustainable, we won't be able to continue operating. So the more specific answer is, I think there's 3 things we still need to do at Flashbots, and they were all on that slide. So one of them is to decentralize ourselves completely and meaningfully and economically. One of them is to enable benefit to be redistributed to users much more efficiently than it is today. And the third one is to enable support for any zone or trust domain in the world that wants to use Flashbots without harming the centralization of Ethereum. Those goals are still open research questions. And once we've answered that, we'll look into being sustainable and reasonable and monetizing. I realize it's not a satisfying answer, but personally, I would rather die right now than entrench something shitty. So it's kind of what we're going to be doing. We're also going to announce much more about this in the next month or 2, because I understand this is a question people have. It's a question people have internally as well. So totally reasonable and totally understood.
Hi. So I was wondering, how do you think can small builders become competitive with the big ones? Because it does seem that order flow is a very strong centralizing force, right? And if you just have more orders, you can build more profitable blocks.
So this is what decentralizing the builder role is about. In the future, I don't think there will be such a thing as a monolithic builder that builds a whole block. That's kind of the future we're working away from. What we want to build in the future is much closer to a network of searchers that eventually chaotically kind of produce this block hash output. And in that case, any economically meaningful information that you have in any possible strategy in any way can be expressed into the system without kind of ruining its decentralization properties. So I agree with you. Open order flow, or sorry, closed order flow does make this whole thing like much more centralizing. That's why we want to get rid of it, and that's why we want to move into systems where any builder, no matter how big or small, can access the order flow of the biggest parties in the space, you know, MetaMask, Coinbase, whatever else. Like that would be how you get out of that equilibrium. You make the order flow democratic as well as the MEV extraction API. And that is what we're working on. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Philip. It was an amazing and awesome talk.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we are getting to the break for lunch. But before telling you what is going to happen this afternoon, I want to thank you, all of you, for coming to Colombia. I'm local, and this is like a dream. As a member of the local community, this is amazing, and I want to thank all of the organizers, the Ethereum community, and the Ethereum Foundation for developing this amazing Devcon here in Bogotá. We're going to be back at 2 p.m. with Ben Jones with the talk Fixing the Internet with Layer 2 Governance. Thank you all again.
Driving west into the setting sun for once. The past 8 years I've left you for another chance. When looking back, those times were good but deep inside was a feeling that I'm missing California. 'Cause I'm in love. In love with you. I'm so in love. My California. Winding through the paths into the desert lands. It gave me time to think and time to feel the past. Now looking out across the palms and deep blue sea is my future, and I'm home in California. 'Cause I'm in love. In love with you. My California. In love with you. 'Cause I'm in love. My California. I found the meaning, move from my bones. It's like I'm dreaming. It's like I'm dreaming. It's like I'm dreaming. It's like I'm dreaming. When the time is closer, when the sun is on your lips, they
Hello, everyone. Well, today I'm very excited because this is the last day for Devcon 6, but I'm already excited for the next year. So today we are going to start to have a talk about governance and coordination. This is called Fixing the Internet with Layer 2 Governance with Ben Jones from the Optimist Foundation. So let's give him applause and applause. Woo!
Oh, there we go. What's going on, y'all?
Ew.
It's the post-lunch crew. How was lunch? Good? Good? Yes. Okay. I think we need to get livened up a little bit. So I'm going to have some heavy crowd engagement to start this off. Are y'all down? Y'all ready? Yeah. Woo! Okay. I always bring this to my talks. I don't know how I'm going to hold it. Maybe we'll do, okay, this is going to be the most ridiculous thing. But here's what I need you guys to do. Just can you do that? There we go. Oh, come on, you got it. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's how we dust off our post-lunch energy there. Okay, so thanks all for being here. Cool, so hey everyone. My name is Ben. My stage name is Weird Eth Yankovic. I discovered that I can do music if it's about crypto, and it covers how bad I am at music. It works great. And I'm one of the co-founders of a project called Optimism. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll take it. And today I am going to do a talk on what we are building and why. Because if you thought that we were building a blockchain, if you thought we were building a scalability solution, you are dead wrong. And by the way, this is the most ridiculous talk I have ever done, like by an order of magnitude. So in addition to thank you for being here, thank you for coming along this ridiculous ride. And yeah, brace yourself. Okay. I believe that we are here to change the future. And hopefully if you're here at DevCon, you feel that way too. When I discovered Ethereum, I dropped everything. I saw something clicked. We call it going down the rabbit hole. But whatever the heck it is, it's this kind of vibe. Here's one of our great Ethereum shills, Mr. David Hoffman. Crypto wasn't created to make you rich. It was created to set you free. So we've got a lot of shills out there, but the reality is that we all have to acknowledge we have a lot of haters. Look at some of these communities that are all dedicated to poo-pooing what the heck we're doing here, right? So what's going on? Why is it so hard to convince these people, and what can we do to make that happen? Well, I think really what this comes down to is that when we talk about these systems, we describe the properties of the future that we see. We talk about decentralization, censorship resistance, digital value, but what we don't talk about are the paths that we're going to take to get there. And the reality is, even if some of these properties of the future are inevitable, the outcomes resulting from the paths we take there simply are not. 30 years ago, Silicon Valley had an explosion of technological utopians that knew that the internet was the next big thing, the information superhighway, the World Wide Web. According to popular mechanics, this was going to be the greatest social revolution since the automobile, and probably it was, but nobody really saw what was coming. In 1996, this guy, John Perry Barlow, often called the Thomas Jefferson of the wired generation, wrote a very famous piece called A Declaration of the independence of cyberspace. Let me read you some from it. Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. This is good stuff. Weary giants of flesh and steel. Yeah, I mean, it deserves applause. Totally. It's great. It's incredibly moving, right? Weary giants of flesh and steel. What a phrase, right? Oh my gosh. And this thing went viral back in '96. Within months, it was on tens of thousands of websites, and it had taken a subset of the community by storm. But it's hard today also not to look back on this message with 30 years of hindsight and feel that in some ways it's a little bit naive. What we learned was that the roads of that information superhighway were not equally paved. And the reality is that those weary giants of flesh and steel have been replaced today by siloed giants of concrete and silicon. This is what runs our internet. This is what things look like today. So how are we not going to do this again with crypto? What can we say about what's to come? Well, the only thing we know for sure is that technology is going to keep accelerating. It is going on and on and on. You can feel it in the air, guys. I don't know about you, but I certainly feel, it seems like every week something crazy is going on. The AI have started to do our homework, the homework of our children, and better than those children are able to. I think probably, whereas a year ago it didn't exist, half of the people at DevCon use an AI to generate the slides that they present here at DevCon. Here's an AI generation of depicting someone using artificial intelligence to generate their slides, right? It's crazy. This is going on all the time. And look, it's all fun and games until we start impersonating world leaders. This is ridiculous, but this is what's happening, right? This is the world that we are headed into. Sure, in that video, our world leaders were getting it wrong, but the reality is we are on a march towards something much different, and they're not getting along, folks. We are maximizing our profits with no regard for the long-term consequences of what we're doing. We are Sybil attacking ourselves with fake accounts and even faker news, and we are literally straying dangerously close to nuclear war. Call it what you want, call it the singularity, say it's something else, but it's clear that we are moving through a phase shift right now into something new. And whatever that is, if it's not our destruction, will change how life is expressed in the galaxy fundamentally. Or at least our solar system anyway. I don't know about those aliens, maybe they're already there. And in many ways, the crypto dream is to forge a path through this uncertain future, right? Open source software, knowing what code is being run, digital sovereignty, going bankless, living in the metaverse, working for DAOs, right? These are the promise of crypto. They're the dream. What is the reality today, though? It's a little bit different. Coin voting! That's what we have today, folks. Coin voting. There are exceptions, but by and large, this is what exists in crypto today, right? And this is just sad. Come on, guys. Look at this guy. This is a 400-year-old mechanism. This is the founder of the Dutch East India Trading Company, who is basically the first person to make a coin voting structure, right? It was a, it was a company that you could trade the shares of. It's 400 years old. His name is Johan van Oldenbarnevelt. Crazy, right? The United East India Company. Do we really think that this guy, the mechanism that this guy made, if we take it and we make it unstoppable by putting it on a blockchain, we're suddenly going to usher in a new era of unity and freedom for the world? It's just not enough. What a joke. It's a joke. And I want to be clear, we should still stand on the shoulders of giants. These mechanisms are 400 years old and worked for a reason. But the reality is we also have to use those mechanisms in new ways, right? Much of the anger at the world today that we at crypto feel like we're trying to solve is the fact that we let this coin voting mechanism run unchecked. And we talk about late-stage capitalism and all of that. And so ultimately, our anger is about these systems. So it's completely ridiculous to say that we're going to go and put it on a coin vote and suddenly the world is saved. So we're facing an inflection point. We have to ask ourselves right now, do we want to live in a future where those giants are now autonomous giants of bytes and steel and capital? Or do we want to be in one where there are benevolent giants of life and liberty? These are the questions that we must be asking ourselves right now. So who's going to do something? Optimism, obviously. Okay, so we're not going to do it alone, but this is what I meant at this beginning when I said we're not creating a blockchain here. We're doing something more. Optimism is a collection of optimists. We are here to align technology with humanity and reject those futures in which capital alone is king. Because capital is already king today. We don't want to just make it autonomous and unstoppable. That's crazy. Crazy. Whoa, look at that echo. The technology that we're talking about today is necessary, but it is not sufficient. It is one half of the picture if we're going to align with ourselves and with the technology. So this is something that at Optimism we've been dealing with for a long time. So actually we started out as a nonprofit foundation called Plasma Group. Plasma was an early precursor to the roll-ups and scalability we see today. And basically what we did was we created this nonprofit, we released a bunch of code out and designs out into the world, and pushed forward the space of scaling. But very quickly, it became apparent that the incentives were broken because everyone was going and using our technology, and we couldn't raise more money. We couldn't hire more people. It was incredibly difficult to get by. At the same time, cookie-cutter DeFi projects and scam artists were having money poured into them. Poured. These are the early signs of the dangerous future we need to avoid. So after a year, we wound down the nonprofit, and we said, you know what? We've got to solve this. We created the thing known now as Optimism. It was a public benefit corporation, and our goal was to solve the problems and make it so that we were the last ones to encounter the issues that we had faced as a nonprofit. So that's Optimism. After that, we got to building. Again, the technology is critical. It is very, very, very important. And we spent the last 3 years building some awesome, awesome tech. We've gone through a lot of iterations, and what is now known as the OP stack, which is the core code base that we have, is modular, it's scalable, and we're confident that it will form the basis for scaling in all forms, not just optimistic and not just roll-up, for years to come. So it was time to look again to the other part of the story, because the technology is only half. So earlier this year, we launched the Optimism Collective. Ooh, ah. Okay, what is the Optimism Collective? The Collective is a band of communities, companies, and citizens united by a mutually beneficial pact to adhere to the axiom that the impact to the collective by an individual should equal their profits. So you can read more about that here. Another thing that we did was created a working constitution, so something to imbue what we're trying to get after. And we have a few core principles here. One of them is governance minimization. If you can do something with a mechanism and without more complexity, you should do that. Another one is forkability. And in particular here, I mean pro-forkability. There is a difference between calling your code base open source and having the ability to click fork on GitHub and actually creating systems which are easy to fork. This means we need to build tools that make it possible to fork Optimism as easily as possible. This is very, very important. It's not just about being able to make a copy of the code. It's about being able to deploy the exact thing in a new instantiation. Okay, so the world is going down this crazy path. What is the Optimism Collective really in all that context? The Optimism Collective is a spaceship built to carry humanity through the singularity. I told you this was going to be a ridiculous, crazy presentation. Look at those cheeks. Look at those little OP cheeks. So cute. Okay. I think this isn't a perfect analogy, but it's an interesting one. You can think about the different components of the spaceship, and particularly things like the engines and life support and things like that, as the technological aspects, the execution, the settlement, the consensus. But there's also a key component to a spaceship, which is the navigation. And the AI, presumably, that helps you navigate this ship. And that is the governance. Does anyone recognize this ship in the audience? Anyone? Yeah? Oh, yeah, of course. This is from 2001: A Space Odyssey. And of course, the AI navigator on that ship, the Discovery XD1 or something like that, was HAL 9000, the most famous AI villain probably of all time. And the entire premise of that movie is basically that HAL goes rogue and HAL becomes an autonomous AI that doesn't care about the people on board. It only cares about completing its mission. So how do we present, becomes the question in optimism governance, how do we prevent OP 9000? This is what we need to avoid. We have 3 strategic pillars that we're taking here to try to prevent these outcomes. Number 1 is identity. Humans over capital. We need to give humans in these systems not just a voice, but a fundamental ingrained notion of control. It must be that the OP 9000 AI listens to its crew. Another we have is retroactivity, reward after impact. If we want to prevent these dangerous futures that we might be headed towards, don't put money into something which might cause that future. Instead, reward once we know that that thing had the outcome that we were looking for. Don't let things backfire. And the third I already talked about is forkability, but I just want to stress it again. The optimism code base, what we'll talk about in a minute, the OP stack, should be should have a one-click ability to deploy everything about the optimism system in an entirely new instantiation. And I'm not just talking about a chain, I'm not just talking about a sequencer, I'm talking about the governance, the voting, the off-chain tools which we use, things like forums, to actually come to consensus on things. Everything should be able to be forked. We need escape hatches. If one optimism mainnet, the one we currently know, goes down, we should be able to very easily fix that problem and create a new one and get over to it. Okay, so how are we doing this in practice? The OP stack is the code base, it is the blueprints of the spaceship optimism that we are building. And like I said, that includes not just parts of the chain, which my incredible teammates, Kelvin and Carl, gave some great talks on, and I could do a whole another hour talking about how incredible splitting up consensus and execution and settlement and all these things are, and how this is gonna summon an incredible, crazy, scalable blockchain future. But they've already talked about that, so I'm gonna talk about the governance. Go watch their stuff and be amazed. So the first thing we're doing with our governance is it is bicameral. Ooh. I love saying that word, it sounds very fancy, but really it's something quite simple. It just means that optimism has 2 co-equal houses in its governance. This is an example of us borrowing and standing on the shoulders of giants. It's very simple, but it's very clear, and it's been very effective. Something like 40% of the world's governments today are not run by a single entity. There are 2 entities that are co-equal, these 2 houses, that need to come together to make decisions. Keep each other in check. So what are the 2 houses for optimism? House number 1 is the token house. Like I said before, token voting is a very powerful mechanism. It has a great track record of extracting profit. But left unchecked, that's where we've seen the issues. So the token house is the plutocratic, profit-seeking house of the optimism collective. What does that mean? Well, it means that it sets the parameters and sets the chain up for success. Keep the chain healthy. The other house is the citizen's house. The token house is 1 coin, 1 vote. The citizen's house is 1 person, 1 vote. And its goal is to distribute the profits that are acquired by the token house. How does it do that? Something called retroactive public goods funding. There's our retroactivity again. Who in the crowd is familiar with this? Let me see a raise of hands for RPGF. Oh, yes, the meme is spreading. I love it. Okay, I love it. Although I will say, it's important to think about, when you're thinking from a mechanism perspective, about the retroactive funding as what we're doing here, right? You can use retroactive funding for other things than public goods. It's just that public goods are the most important. So, in a nutshell, what is RetroPGF? It basically says 2 things. 1, it is easier to agree on what was good than what will be good. This is this retroactivity we talked about earlier. And 2, it doesn't mean that a dev working on optimism should wait for their code to be merged and like it to be good to be able to pay their paycheck. It just means that it's not the collective's responsibility, it's the responsibility of the market. So the other piece of this is to basically take VCs and free them. Oh, yes. So a key piece of this puzzle is that venture capitalists are very good at predicting what things will succeed, and they're very good at what they do. The problem is that they are constrained because they need an exit. And if you need an exit, then you can only invest in things which are going to extract value to provide that exit. So the point of retroactive funding is to give the VCs an alternative way out and mean that they can invest in things that are just pieces of code that don't take a fee, that don't do anything, because they will be rewarded in the future. So we're going to change the game for those sneaky VCs. Okay, so that's what we're doing. I'll talk a little bit about what is next for Optimism and how are we going about implementing these designs I'm talking about here. There's a whole lot more I could say about the modular retro PGF and some really cool things we're doing there that is very connected to how we're building the tech on the blockchain side. But I think the most important thing to say is that when you're building rockets, you should expect some failures. Look at that. These videos are amazing. If you guys haven't watched some of them, just truly, truly awe-inspiring. The reality is, to get the spaceship Optimism into orbit, we're going to have some crashes. And we have built that ethos into the core of what we're doing. Iterate, iterate, iterate. The governance will self-destruct. That forkability that I talked about is built in and expected as we get this thing into orbit. The governance will self-destruct. We even put that in our Constitution. The Constitution can be modified for the first 4 years until we reach a final one. And another much more practical thing that we do is we run Optimism in seasons. So we've had 2 seasons of governance so far. We're going to enter the 3rd very shortly. And in each one, we take a step back. We have something called a reflection period. And we look at what's been going well and what's not. We fix the things that are not going well. We emphasize the things that are going well. We run in seasons. I'm very excited for season 3. It's going to be so good. Okay, the last thing that I want to just say here as I close up is that this is not a purely charitable endeavor. While we now can see in the distance the end game for blockchain scalability, it is going to take a very, very long time and a very large number of people to bring us to the technological future we're talking about here. There is countless innovations, countless pieces of code, countless improvements that we're going to need to make. So it's not just that we want to fund public goods because we're nice, it's because we need to create a global collective of people that are contributing towards this technology. No team alone is going to do it. No team alone is going to do it. So we're focused on the critical technological impact. It's not a charity. Hopefully I convinced you at the start that public goods like solving global warming, UBI, deforestation is the right place to go. But the OP stack is the most important public good for us today. So the last thing I just want to say is like, okay, this is a big, grand vision. What does it look like for success for us? I think that if Optimism can build the blueprints for the spaceship, prove that these things can fly, and create an initial cohort of citizens that are ready for whatever comes next, personally, I would consider that a success and what we're trying to build at Optimism. So I will leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ben. There's still time for some questions. Maybe somebody has a question. Here.
Yeah, we got someone coming around with mics.
How do you see that governance playing with the other layer 2 community participants?
So I think that, so the question was, yeah, how do we see governance playing with other layer 2s? What I hope is that we don't, and I think that we can avoid having negative sum games, right? What would be really bad would be if we saw a bunch of layer 2s that were trying to basically pay different people to move one place or another and just doing extremely negative sum behavior that doesn't really do anything. So I think our goal of the governance should be cooperation. And I would also love to see more cooperation. Like, I would love for other layer 2 projects to be retroactively funded by Optimism for building code that we can use. So I hope that I see it going in a cooperative manner, and that's certainly a culture that we're trying to imbibe with Optimism. Yeah.
There another question?
Hero question walker.
Hi, Ben. I'm Han. Hi. Great talk.
Hello.
Great enthusiasm. I think we're all learning a lot from your governance thinking. I think I kind of followed the slides, but I really got lost on the VC one. Can you just elaborate on, are you trying to disrupt the VC model? What's the thinking there?
Yeah, so I mean, in some sense, the answer is yes. Okay, so I'll go back to my retro funding slides. Let's see here. So retroactive public goods funding is basically about the collective prescribing a budget to something that it is going to fund in the future retroactively. So what's an example of this? An example of this is dependencies in the Optimism code base, right? So if someone builds a tool, we use that tool in the Optimism code base. That has a value to us, it has an impact on us, and it should be rewarded with profit. And so the point is, once we start using that, and once we see that it has an impact, we will take that and we will give it money. What this means is that a VC can invest in the person building that tool, even though that tool is not taking a fee, it has no revenue model, it has nothing, but the knowledge that or the hope that it will be funded in the future will allow the VCs to invest in it. So I don't know about disruption. I think the point is to leverage what VCs do really well, which is predict outcomes and put financial bets behind that. What we want to do is we want to unconstrain those investments from having to go towards things that are profitable because they extract money out. Instead of extracting money out of some system, these projects will receive money from the collective. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Time for more? Yes.
Thank you, Ben. You and Optimism are awesome. My question is about season 3. How can one get involved?
Oh, get on the forum, get on the Discord, start talking. I mean, look, if you are a believer in this vision and a participant in the community, you are an optimist. And the whole point of doing these seasons is that we have periods of time called reflection periods where we don't do any votes, we don't distribute any capital, we just talk about what went well and what didn't. And everything that's going on is out in the public. So the best thing you can do is come get involved. If you want to sign up to be a delegate and get some people to delegate to you and get some voting power, you can even do that. But I would say you don't have to do that. Just come watch what's going on and make suggestions on how we can improve. That's how you can get involved. Yeah, thank you.
So maybe the last one, it was over here. Okay, so there.
I said it was similar, but yeah, I had a question, but it was similar, but let me just ask again. So I'm one of the projects who planning to launch on Optimism. So just curious, how will this model of retroactive funding maybe affect the current model where typically you apply for grants, after that there's like some potential VC fundraising. So would it potentially bring more VCs early? Because, or like, maybe you can give example a little bit, which would be great to understand.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. There's a lot to be said about how, and we were thinking very deeply about how to make RetroPGF work and work well. And the reality is, if you want to have people make upfront investments with an expectation of future return, you need to prove a track record of claiming that you're going to give out money and giving out that money. And that is not going to be a one and done thing. You could take a perfectly working RetroPGF mechanism, and at day 0, it might not generate any interest. After a year of proving that it does investments, it might generate a lot of interest. So effectively, one way to interpret that question is how do we scope the kinds of impact that we're going to reward and when? So at the beginning, we're very focused on the core elements of the OP stack, which are the technological basis for what we're building. And part of that is because we think it's something more manageable. It's a community that we're very, very well connected to. It's something that we think we can take on. Over time, we need to expand that scope of impact. And I think one of the fascinating open questions right now is how impact works on the application layer. Because clearly, if you're a project, a Uniswap V1 is a great example of this. Didn't take any fee, was massively important, created an explosion of value for Ethereum. That's the kind of thing that probably should be retroactively funded too. So I would say that's a little bit farther off because we need to give a really good track record, and we're going to start with that code. But as we expand, that's going to be one of the most fascinating, I think, components to how we build out the collective. So just like this guy, get on the forum, start talking about it, we'll figure it out together.
Amazing, Ben. Thank you so much.
Cool, thank you guys.
Great presentation with a lot of optimism. So now we are going to talk about opportunity and global impact. The future is collective with the CEO and co-founder of Open Collective and chair of Democracy, Earth Foundation, with Pia Mancini. In 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, here is Pia. Let's give her applause, please. Woo!
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Is this loaded? Yes. Hi. I'm Pia Mancini. I'm co-founder and CEO at Open Collective. And I'm thrilled to be here. And I'm going to be talking today about building bridges between the legacy and the decentralized ecosystems to fund public goods for the future. So here we go. We're not going anywhere. Yes. So the TLDR, if we want to make philanthropy tech for people who are already the winners, then we continue like this. But if we want to lift people out of poverty and co-design, co-create this technology with them, then we must bridge the legacy system and help people over. Okay, that's what I'm going to try to argue now. So let's start with the thought framework that I use for thinking about where we are in the world right now. And my kind of TLDR of the thought framework is what used to be is no longer fit for our needs, but what will be is not here yet. So the current system is declining. We're seeing a paradigm that is on the way out. And we can see maybe far in the future the paradigm that we want to build, but we're not there yet. So where we are. This theory is called, this framework is called the Three Horizons framework. And it's super useful for me to figure out the type of technology that we want to build, the type of questions that we should be asking ourselves, and kind of try to make sense of what's happening in the world today. Where are we? So this Three Horizons framework that was developed by the International Futures Forum is now being applied by Daniel Christian Wall to the transition towards regenerative culture. So let's think about this, right? The first horizon is the world in crisis, is what's on the way out. It's the system that it's no longer fit for the type of society, the type of technology, the type of education that we have today. So this is in decline. And at the same time, far, far away, we have this third horizon that is the viable world. And we are, bam, stuck in the middle where all the messiness is. It's called the second horizon. And it's a world in turbulent transition. It's not clear what's happening. New technologies are opening up new opportunities, but maybe if we are lucky, we can identify the signals of the future, but the future is not here yet. At least it's not here for everyone, right? So what happens with innovation in each of these horizons? The first horizon, the type of innovation that we can do is sustaining technology, essentially building stuff to maintain the status quo, business as usual, right? Let's keep the lights on, things like that. The second horizon, or the type of innovation that we see in the second horizon where we are today, is called disruptive innovation. This means that we are seeing opportunities, we're seeing kind of shift happening, we're taking advantage of those changes, and we're building technology that is kind of redefining the scope of what's possible. The issue that we have here, and it's what I'm trying to argue today, is that the type of disruptive technology, unless we're very careful in how we build it and with whom we build it, we're going to end up sustaining the life of the previous horizon, of the existing paradigm. Because if the risk that we face is to build technology that is just for the winners of the previous paradigm, those who are already winning, right? But when we go to the viable world, the world we want to build, the type of innovation that we can see is transformative innovation. It's innovation that is really building a new paradigm. And that means redistributing power. That means changing who are the winners and who are marginalized, who are the losers in the political economy, right? So what I want to argue here is that Web3 and this space needs to start thinking about the type of technology that we are building oriented towards this viable world. It needs to be informed by a long-term perspective. So we don't fall in the trap of building innovation that looks great, but is sustaining what we have today. Okay. So, you know, just to land it with a meme, old ways, the future we want, and how do we build that bridge, right? Because when a paradigm declines and another one is arising, it's not a clear cut. It's not like, oh, this is going to disappear and then something else is going to emerge. It doesn't happen like that. We need to build bridges. We need to bring people over. Okay, so in my mind, Open Collective is or can be one of those bridges. So we've been sustaining decentralized communities since 2016, and we've been doing it off-chain, before DAOs were a thing. What are we? At the core, we are legal, admin, and financial infrastructure for decentralized communities to unlock access to money. We give a platform to organize and fundraise, and a global network of legal entities that act as custodians of the funds. I'll go into this a little bit deeper, but those legal entities are connected to the legacy system, so that is the bridge that we're building. So we created this open source transparent finances platform, and we have a network of 245 nonprofits around the world that help communities have access to money that otherwise they wouldn't be able to access. So the tech platform gives them fundraising tooling, it's open source, transparent payments, it's an international community, but like really the secret sauce is in this combination of the platform plus this network of fiscal hosts. The fiscal hosts give things, provide things to these communities that these individuals need. And what I'm arguing here is that if we want to bring those who today are marginalized by the current system over to the new system, we need to give them what they need today to survive and sustain themselves. And this is boring, right? It's like, trust me, I do this every day. It's like not fun, right? Proof of income, employment and benefits, reporting, compliance, tax-deductible receipts, right? You want to make a donation to a collective, we're giving you a tax-deductible receipts, right? You need employment. You have a collective that has funding, we employ you. Okay, so how did we start? It all started with this need that we saw in the world back when we started Open Collective in 2015 to fund open source projects. Open source projects are the building blocks of the economy today. There is no company out there that is not using open source projects. But funding open source is very, very difficult. I really like this quote that I read recently. The original ethos of the web is a desire not only to idly exist within the world, but also to take part in its collective creation, right? And I think that there's few things that have embodied this idea as the open source ecosystem. So we want more open source, but we need to fund open source, because unless we fund it, guess what? The only ones who are going to be able to contribute to open source are those who have free time, who are able to have the time to spend in open source, who are privileged enough to be able to participate in open source without being compensated. Okay, so why is it so freaking hard to fund the open source ecosystem? Because of the attributes of open source. It's a non-excludable public good. It means that it's not scarce. And there is no marginal cost for another person to use the cost, right? There is no cost for a user to use open source. So it's very difficult to create scarcity here. And so, but open source is not free, right? It's not free as in a free beer. someone else paid for it. And the persons paying for it are the maintainers that are spending time building these technologies that we are all using. And for us, we were seeing this huge community imbalance at the core of the open source ecosystem, and we wanted to step there and make a difference. So posting an issue has zero cost, right? You have a company, a startup, you're using open source, something is not working for you, you go on GitHub on a freaking rant and start asking the maintainers of that dependency to fix it for you. And you have no cost. What? Like you spend 5 minutes posting a toxic issue on GitHub. Fun. Companies are hooked on open source. Everyone is using open source because it doesn't have a cost. More people are extracting value from an open source project than those who are maintaining it, right? So those who are creating open source technology are not extracting the value of what they're creating. Shared code, but not shared responsibility, and it's easy to start a project, but it's very difficult to leave it. Right? Once you start a project, you have 6 million applications using your dependency. Well, you just have to maintain it. What are you going to do, right? So this is how, so we started thinking, okay, how can we move money from all of these companies to the hands of these decentralized communities that are not organized around anything? And the pain point that we see is that in the open source world, formal contracts and partnerships agreements do not happen like they do in the business world. Right? So Google wants to give money to the Chromium frameworks ecosystem, and they're like, okay, can I get an invoice for my donation? And the developers are like, we are just a group of people doing code. Right? We want to get paid, but we have no formal way of doing it. So that's where Open Collective stepped in. I really like this quote from Swift on security. I don't know if you follow them on Twitter, but like they're amazing. I'm convinced that many developers have no freaking idea how business actually works and what operations departments have to go through to make things happen. Enrolling a new vendor is more than difficult, it's demoralizing. It eats your soul. Make it easy and you're a god. I don't know if we are gods, but we're definitely making this easier for them. So this is what we created. Open Collective is like this digital interface that connects decentralized communities to existing legal entities that deal with the clunky and old operating systems that are states and tax departments and, all that boring jazz. And yes, Open Collective and the nonprofits go through the vendors process. And I kid you not, it looks like this. Or worse, it's SAP, right? Anyway, 3,343 open source projects are hosted by us. We've given $30 million in project-directed funding. And this is project-directed funding. We're just keep putting money in the hands of these communities. But we are now funding, with this model, multiple public goods, commons, grassroots communities, social and political movements. So we moved from just open source, that was the beginning, and we've exploded to thousands of different communities in the impact, in the solidarity economy, the climate justice, global movements, civic participation. We have 15,000 communities now using open source, the Open Collective, and we've given, we've transferred 65 million into the hands of these communities. And we're not asking for anything in return. Like, we're not opinionated about how communities spend their money. They know what to do. We're just moving money from the center to the fringes. And our approach to sustainability has to do with grassroots cultures of governance and tech. And I think this is very important for me to kind of communicate. We've learned a ton from how grassroots organizers are operating. And when I've seen so many talks today and the last couple of days about governance and DAOs and dramas and this and that, and I'm serious, like, this is like happening, it's been happening for decades in the grassroots organizing movements. They have a lot of really good solutions and processes and ideas. And what I want to do here is connect these two worlds. So for the way I define sustainability refers to the resilience and thriving of projects, communities, and individuals that surround them, right? It's everything. It's not just the community or the token holders that are maybe addresses, right? I'm talking about humans here, about individuals. And communities started compensating themselves, right? Obviously, they're raising money, but they're also spending money. So in the last 12 months, we paid $23 million in payments to thousands of community members around the world. They're getting, they're submitting invoices, they're getting 1099s, which is the tax form in the United States. They're getting proof of income. They can prove to their landlord that they have a pay stub, right? We are helping them be a circle in a world that is made for triangles. Okay, so what can we bridge with the legacy system to make decentralized communities sustainable? So in my mind, Web3 is operating kind of a little bit isolated from the legacy world because a lot of these things are still missing. And I think that it's time to start making those connections. Tax deductibility for donors in over 30 countries, right? That is something that we can provide and we can support, like all of the amazing decentralized philanthropy tech do. Invoices, pay stubs, insurance, benefits, employment. I mean, I get it. It's like, it's not sexy, it's not high tech. But you know what? The people that we are supposed to be helping need these things today, right? The marginalized of the previous paradigm, they're very much embedded in the legacy system, right? So we need to provide the tooling, the support, the infrastructure they need to bring them over. Okay, what is the trade-off? Because there's always a trade-off, otherwise I'll be lying to you all, and I'm not. The trade-off is that there's a power dynamic that happens between the collectives, the communities on the platform, and the existing legal entities that give them like a bank account and all of these services. This is true. This doesn't happen in the Web3 ecosystem. These type of power dynamics don't exist. I think it's a cost worth paying today, as long as we are building enough, as long as we're building what we are building with the capacity to change as the conditions change in the future. So we want to build resilient tech as well. And we're here to offer a bridge from legacy system to DAOs, right? To co-create and co-design philanthropy tech with grassroots culture and low-tech solutions. Again, folks, if we are not inviting those who are marginalized by the current system, those who are not the winners today, to co-create and co-design technology with us, we are just building stuff that looks amazing, but it's only going to sustain the existing paradigm. It's not going to be transformative innovation. So, like a fair bridge for DAOs. I don't know why my design team lets me do these things, but, you know, sorry. But you get the idea. And it's happening already, right? All for Climate is a really good example. All for Climate is a nonprofit on the Open Collective Network. It's a host, but it's also a DAO. So what they offer is a legal entity for DAOs and grassroots initiatives, which are also DAOs, but they're just off-chain, right? And so All for Climate is used to bridge grassroots citizens with old school foundations, and it's used to bridge those same citizens with the Web3 ecosystem. It's about coordinating those bridges between the two paradigms. Another example is the work we did with my good friend Kevin Owoki a couple of years ago, or maybe it was last year, who knows, pandemic and all. Fundo SS. We wanted to try quadratic funding in the Web2 open source ecosystem. So we did one example, we did one experiment, and I think we're going to keep doing this because like Web3 is this amazing tool for creating sandboxes of innovation, iterating on governance and doing some radical experimentation, some of which we can bring to the Web2 world. Another example is I was talking very recently with the Radical team, and so maybe some of the Radical developers or the developers that are on Radical, when they need to get funding from an entity in the legacy world, we can create a fund for Radical in Open Collective, and so we can offer both things. You want to get paid in tokens, amazing, but you need employment, you need pay stubs, you need invoices, we got you, right? Now pay attention here, please. democratizing is not about just opening access, right? It's about open access and shared and participatory governance, right? It's about both things, right? And so Open Collective Inc., the platform part of the equation, is a company in Delaware, of all places, sorry. We have investors and, you know, cap table, etc. So, but what we want to do, what we're creating is infrastructure for the commons. So what we want to do is to transfer ownership of Open Collective to the commons. So we're doing an E2C, but it's not a tokenized E2C. It's like an exit to community done with a trust. So we're building a perpetual purpose trust that is going to purchase and own the shares of Open Collective in the name of the community. And then on top of that, we're going to build a governance structure with the community. Now, the governance piece might have a DAO eventually, because we are very global and it's quite difficult to do, to organize this governance when you are like in one country. But it's not clear to us yet how we're going to organize this. But this is our approach. What we learned through all of these years of managing, helping, working with decentralized technologies is that the challenges that we have, they did not change with technology. They're the same, right? Participation is hard. And today I saw this incredible talk earlier today by Chandler. I didn't catch his last name, but he was talking about why the DAO experience sucks. And most of it has to do with participation wanes over time, right? First you have this burst of participation, but then it's very difficult to keep folks engaged. And that is not, it's not that it only happens here, it happens everywhere, right? So the challenges that we all face are human, they're cultural, they're not technological. So please pay attention again, this is the last time. Democratic culture is upstream of democratic institutions. Folks, if you don't figure out your democratic culture first, you are not going to have good governance in your DAO, right? It's just not going to happen. And so for Open Collectives E2C, for example, the exit part is the last step in the process, right? First, we are starting this learning in public, we're engaging with the community, we're bringing them into the design of the thing, of the structure of whatever is going to be built, but we are co-creating, doing it, co-designing it with them. Because we don't want to be like a referendum, right? What happens with a referendum? Politicians can't, you know, figure it out. They throw the decision over to the people, they call it democracy, and then they boil it down to a narrow binary, should we stay or should we go, right? We don't want to get to the, you know, to the exit moment and then tell our community, go govern the thing. You know, that's not how it works. We need to, you know, to learn with people how to participate, how to engage. Okay, we need to build this kind of radical narratives together about what we're doing, but we need to do it with those who are not the winners of the current system. Sorry, like I know I sound like a broken record, but unless we do that, like why are we here? You know, to do disruptive innovation? Sure, but that's not going to bring us the world that we want to see. So do not sleep on culture. If culture and humanity get away from you, then there's no consensus mechanism that is going to save your community. Specifically, do not forget of some humans, those who can more easily see the pitfalls in the technology that we're building, right? So those who are not the winners in the current paradigm are the ones who can see and spot the biases more easily, right? Because they have no vested interest in maintaining the current narrative. And so please have a conversation, have an honest conversation about what the negative externalities are of what you're building today and how you're going to absorb, internalize those externalities. What are your biases, right? Who are you talking to that is able to poke holes on your narrative? The people closest to the pain must be the people closest to the solution. The last thing I want to see is a bunch of broken DAOs or DAOs with no communities in the base case, you know, in the best case, or just that we continue building a bunch of profitable opportunities for the winners of the current system that have all the interest and all the incentive to keep the political economy and systems in place that made them winners in the first place, right? Okay, I think I've repeated myself enough. So what are we doing here? What do we do at Open Collective? And I think that these are good learning experiences for everyone who's building DAOs or who's building projects in this space. What are we doing it to foster democratic culture? Remember, democratic culture is upstream of democratic institutions, right? So artists organize our fellows. We have a fellowship for artists who are helping us build these radical narratives. We're learning in public. We have the Solidarity School, P2P learning, context setting. Context setting is key for everyone to be able to act, right? We need to have this. Co-design, co-creation, whistleblower policies. Do you have whistleblower policies in your project? Are you thinking of an ethical framework in your project? Do you have conflict resolution? Are you interested in learning conflict resolution? Anyway, please think about these things. So to recap, democratic culture is upstream of democratic institutions. Sustainability is about communities and individuals. We are in a transition horizon, so it's messy, it's ugly, but we need to be informed by long-term perspective. We need to be balanced and provide opportunities to bridge the systems. Folks, we are at the same time, I know, caregivers in the previous paradigm and midwives of the new one, right? We need to be balanced. We can't just say, we're building here, we don't care about like the old paradigm, because there are a lot of people in the old paradigm that we need to work with and bring people over, right? So be balanced. Governance is hard for everyone. Build more sandboxes. I mean, the Web3 has provided a wealth of interesting experimentation. To me, it's fascinating, and I want to kind of encourage more of that. But please do it with those who are not, who today do not understand your tech. And be radically honest about the negative externalities, right? That is it. My friends, let's talk. All of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pia, for all your work and your amazing presentation. So yeah, let's keep building and support public goods.
Yeah.
And I think there's time for one question.
I see one there.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Pierre. I'm Joyce. I'd love to know more about your thoughts on using incentives when building that democratic culture. A lot of DAO communities today would incentivize people for engagement and participation. Do you think that this is a healthy practice, or if this is actually acting against the build-up of that culture itself? Thank you.
I think it's a really good question. I think it can work in certain frameworks, but the kind of pay to participate tends to have a very short life, right? Because once you get those initial tokens, then your incentives to participate are low, and so they wane in time, right? And so you start being on like the outside of a project, but you still have those tokens that wait, and you can really, you know, you're not really contributing, but you are a part owner. So I'm not a fan of that, but I think in certain like smaller communities, it can work well because it provides ownership and equity of those communities. But when you start growing and scaling those communities, that type of incentives, I think that it tends to ruin the community. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Pia.
Thank you.
And in 1 minute, we have Diva Awards, so don't miss out. 1 minute. So now we have a very cool moment because we are going to recognize and celebrate all the great work done by the community. So this is Diva Awards with Akil Muhammad and the Ethereum Foundation. So go ahead. Woohoo.
Mic working?
How are you guys feeling? It's been quite the week. Hopefully you guys saw the passion and the love that has gone into the event. It's been quite a few years until we've had the opportunity to get together and really celebrate as a family, as a reunion of all the work that's been done in the ecosystem over the past few years. We did have somewhat of a middle ground with DevConnect, and a lot of people were not able to join because of travel restrictions and so forth. So it's really good to have the community come together, celebrate, learn together, and really appreciate all the work that has been done in the past few years. So the Diva Awards kind of came together as a replacement for the UX Awards that used to happen over the past few years in DevCon. Shout out to Amy. She kind of used to organize these UX Awards that would highlight all the UX projects that would be nominated and submitted, and there would be judges and so forth. And as the ecosystem has developed and grown, it just meant that those awards wouldn't really be very impartial and be very difficult to judge those projects in any cohesive manner. So we've decided to just kind of lean into the fun side of things and just appreciate all the work that's been done over the past few years, and just say thank you to certain projects that we felt were core to the community, and also encourage other projects to kind of work in that direction. So it is a lot of hard work that goes into these projects. They don't see success, they stick to their guts, and they keep continuing forward. We don't want this to be something serious. It's just fun, and it's just supposed to signal to the community that we appreciate their amazing work. Let me go. So there's a few award categories that we would like to highlight. The first one is the Trojan Unicorn Award. So this is basically a project that kind of broke through to the mainstream and did not lose its core values within the ecosystem. The next one is Ethereum Educators Award. So Ethereum education, or education onboarding for Web3, is one of the biggest challenges, and projects that are working on this are quite imperative to the success of the ecosystem as a whole, and we'd like to encourage more projects to be kind of involved in this ecosystem as well. And then the most important is the Cypherpunk Award. So there's a lot of issues and concerns around the core values of the Web3 ecosystem, and we want to keep sure that there's projects that are working on privacy, that are working on censorship resistance, and that they get highlighted in some manner, and that we keep encouraging people to kind of keep that core of Web3 close to their heart. And the last one is Y'all Really Thought We Wouldn't Award. This is a project that was delayed and delayed and delayed, and this beat the expectations of not ever shipping. So we'll start with the Trojan Unicorn Award. As I mentioned, this is supposed to signal the project that has the largest impact on bringing mass adoption to the ecosystem, and not really letting go of their core values that are close to the ecosystem and really breaking through. So the nominees are POAP, OpenSea, ENS, and Uniswap. So all these projects have had quite a few moments as far as their breakout of success. You might have seen everyone in every event that we went to using POAPs, even at DevCon. Everyone's just taking that opportunity to scan each other. OpenSea, regardless of how other people in the ecosystem feel, was one of the biggest breakouts over the past few years as far as getting normies or people, no-coiners, to encourage and engage with our technology. ENS, so coming from a very small team that was working on this core technology for X amount of years, 6 years, just sitting in a Gitter channel, then a Keybase, etc., to see that every celebrity in the whole world was now having an ETH name attached to them was amazing. Uniswap, the amount of different ecosystems that kind of branched out from that organization and how many people were engaged with DeFi and trading was amazing to see. So please put your hand together for the winner, ENS. I'd love to welcome Nick and the ENS team to come up on stage and accept their award and tell us a little bit about ENS. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is amazing. It's, yeah, thank you. Anyone from the team, please come up and show everyone. Alex, what are you doing? Come up here. So it's been 5-6 years since we started ENS. It started off as a part-time project in the Ethereum Foundation. It rapidly expanded to consume all my time. The EF made the very wise decision that we should graduate to our own project. It gave us very generous funding to get started, and even so, it's been a long road to get here. But if you saw my talk the other day, we've had wild success in terms of the popularity and the adoption, and more importantly, the usability improvements it's allowed, to the point where I think everyone just assumes ENS is everywhere, which has always been our goal. And so, yeah, I'm absolutely delighted to get this. I couldn't be happier. Thank you so much.
You can exit this way. Thank you very much. So the next category is education and developer onboarding. So as we start to scale our ecosystem, we need to make sure that people that are coming into the ecosystem understand what the technology is meant to do, what they should be aware of, what they should be focusing on. And as we get into different ecosystems and come to Bogota, come to different regions, we understand that our understanding of Ethereum and the Web3 ecosystem is drastically different for people who could actually benefit from the technology. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done as far as language, as far as people understanding the core technology, people understanding what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing. And we really need to, as a community, come together and make sure these resources are put together in a way that is understandable, is accessible, and is friendly and able for any individual to kind of get onboarded and attract the right type of individuals who aren't motivated by the wrong incentives. So the nominees for the Ethereum Educators Awards are Ethereum.org, Hard Hat, Remix, and Speedrun Ethereum. So as mentioned, a lot of this work has been done around creating developer resources, making sure that onboarding and resources are available for people to get involved, make sure they're testing things, and then also make it playful and fun. And the winner for this category is Speedrun Ethereum. So Austin couldn't be here, but the Build Guild is here to accept the award as a core team, and they've done an amazing job making sure that getting onboarded to the developer ecosystem is fun, playful, and easy to understand. So thank you. Let me just get this for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Super. Yeah, I wish Austin was here. I know he would have done a better talk than what I'm going to be doing. Yeah. Yeah. But it's been great to be part of the Build Guild and work with developer onboarding. And yeah, I'm going to keep it short, but basically our message is always to go to speedrunethereum.com if you're a developer, or if you know developers, to tell them to go there. And yeah.
Maybe you guys can tell a little bit about how that structure came together and what it's intended to do.
Yeah, for sure. So basically, Austin created a starter kit called Scaffold ETH. And this is basically a decentralized application starter kit where you have different components involved. And after you kind of get the basis of, okay, like how do I create a starter kit application on Ethereum, then you can go to speedrunethereum.com, which walks you through a set of challenges which are a bit more advanced. Like you go from building your staking application, multi-sig, and kind of like get the sense of how you create applications. And yeah, and then come and join Build Guild. So we're the Build Guild, which is the group on top of Speedrun Ethereum.
Thank you very much. All right, the next category is the Cypherpunk Award, and I think as different individuals come into the ecosystem, the core values of people coming in and working on the technology changes time to time, and it's important that individuals that are working on this core technology for privacy preserving, censorship resistance, and making sure that we have complete ownership of our data are highlighted. Unfortunately, due to legal reasons and us not wanting to dock some of these projects or the individuals that would be coming on stage, we just want to kind of highlight all the individuals and the communities and projects that have been working on this stuff, and we'll hopefully be able to encourage you and encourage the people that are sitting in this room to continue some of this work, but it's because it was very important, and we're very aware that it's under attack by different forces, whether it's government agencies, whether it's different organizations, etc. So I would encourage everyone to make sure, if you do or if you are aware of these projects, to appreciate them, and whether you send them messages or you utilize their products, make sure that they feel appreciated, and then that we're hoping and we're wishing for their success in some capacity. So thanks to every project that's working on any type of zero knowledge proofs or anything that preserves our privacy, our data security, and anything to do with moving this ecosystem forward towards the ethos that we believe in. So I would hope for you guys, everyone, to kind of join in and appreciate anyone that's been working on this technology as a whole. And then the last category is basically, y'all really thought we wouldn't award. So this is basically a project that the ecosystem has been waiting for a long time. And time again, it gets delayed. People don't expect it to come together. People hope it doesn't come together from different ecosystems. And the story goes on and on and on and on. And the nominees are Serenity, Ethereum Proof of Stake, Ethereum 2.0, the merge, the docking, and the winners are the merge. So I'd like to welcome Tim, Trent, and Danny on stage if they're all in the room. I'd appreciate it. Woo! I guess the whole GTD wasn't able to make it on stage?
No, it's coming. We're going to hit it soon. Cool. I just got here. Did people say stuff?
Yeah. Just kind of tell the story about what took over the past X amount of years. Yeah.
It's been a long time coming, you know. Yeah, so first of all, this is T, T, and D. TTD has arrived, but the tiny subset of the effort that went in here. So there might be more in the audience, and they're certainly having intense technical conversations all throughout this venue about the next stuff. And I always thought it would happen. I know there's some haters out there, but I had no doubt, you know, Ethereum was going to transition to proof of stake. So it's just a matter of time, and the time has come. So thank you. Any other, yeah.
No, thanks all the client teams, researchers. I gave a whole talk about this on the opening day, so everyone mentioned that talk. Another thank you. And thanks for the prize. That's really neat. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so as mentioned, all the nominees for these award categories were sourced by the community. Over 2,000 different unique nominations are provided. And hopefully this was just a fun activity for us to lead into the closing ceremonies, which will hopefully start within 10 minutes. So tell your friends, seats are going to be limited. We're going to have amazing talks, amazing activities, followed by a parade. So stay tuned and hope to see you guys soon. Thank you for coming and enjoy your day.
anything to finally feel free. I wanna feel free. I'd be anyone, I'd do anything to finally feel free. I just wanna feel free. I said some things that I regret. I wish they never happened. I broke your heart and made a mess, just so I get your reaction. Don't know why I always do this, take it way too far. Acting young and wild and stupid, tearing us apart. So now you said I'm the one, I'm starting to think you might always be anyone, do anything to finally feel free. I wanna feel free. We could have been together in another life. We could have been together in another life. We could have been together and you'd be mine. We could have been together in another life. There's too much love here, too much in this house. And when the fall comes, why do I feel this way? And I was lost in space, lonely without it. If you could hear me, I'll wait for you there. The places that I go when I'm feeling that I'm low. Oh, the places that I love, that's when I'm on my own. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know why to feel this way. I don't know why I feel this way. I will. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know why to feel this way. I don't know why I feel this way. I will.
Hello, everybody. We are back, and we are going to have an amazing musical here with Ben Jones. Music Jamboree with Weird Eth and friends. Woo!
1, 2, test 1, 2. What's going on, y'all? How's y'all's Devcon? Woo! Okay, so hello there. My name is Ben. I work on a project called Optimism. Woo, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm here to embarrass myself in front of you all with a couple of songs. Does that sound good? Yeah. Okay, so I go by the stage name. Whoa. That's not the instrument I was expecting. In a world where cryptocurrency doesn't help humanity. Okay, what's going on there? Okay, we're gonna restart the keyboard and we'll get our piano sound back. Well, I hope you all had a wonderful DevCon. How about a round of applause for the Ethereum Foundation and all the incredible organizers? Some good stuff, y'all. Oh, I see. It's my laptop doing this. Okay, we're gonna give it one more try. One more hard. Have you tried turning it on, off and back on again? There we go. Oh, I've got some help, but my help needs help. I think I got it. Okay, so I'm just going to perform a couple of very poorly executed but funny crypto parody songs. Y'all ready? Oh, welcome to Ethereum, have a look around. Any coin that brain of yours can think of can be found. We've got mountains of contracts, some better, some worse. If none of them earn interest for you, you'd be the first. Welcome to Ethereum, come and make a tweet. Are you in it for the tech or just to shill your bags of ETH? Let's head straight to mainnet, this isn't a test. Just hit deploy and the apes do the rest. Welcome to Ethereum, what would you prefer? Would you like to buy some stable coins or stake all your ether? Be lending, be loaning, or make NFTs. We've got a million different ways to pay fees. Welcome to Ethereum, put your tips aside. You don't have to pay the miners, EIP 1559. We've got farmers and arbors and a thing called Ice Age. There's like a million different ways to exchange. Welcome to Ethereum, don't you get too smug, cause that anonymous founder might decide to pull the rug. Now it's dropping, he's selling like he never cared. Don't act surprised, he said it's buyer beware. Contract call reverted, you were sure the price won't slip. Stay up late, the market cap keeps falling. Thought you bought the dip. Send transactions, pay for gas, and go to sleep and miss the action. Read about account abstraction, don't forget minor value extraction. This is not trading advice, mortgage both your homes. Crypto doesn't have under collateralized loans. Should you provide liquidity? Take this quirky quiz. Vitalik pre-mined all the ETH to feed cards to your kids. Can I interest you in finance that's not 9 to 5? A little bit of finance that's decentralized. Dumping is a tragedy and pumping is a crime. Wall Street but transparent and decentralized. Woo! Okay, so you might have seen that on my Twitter before. We're gonna try one more that I have not debuted, at least not on my Twitter. And it's about a man that's very near and dear to all of our hearts, Mr. Vitalik Buterin. Okay, so this one's gonna, maybe we can get some audience engagement if I can manage to keep us afloat here. So there's two parts to this song. So in one part it goes, and you clap there. Okay, so if you hear that, clap along. And then there's another part that's, and you can just fucking clap. I don't know, we'll see how it works. Oh, pardon my French. All right, y'all ready? Here we go. Was born a brilliant man in Russia long ago. He dropped out of school with a perfect 4.0. He took an interest in cryptocurrency, so he co-founded Bitcoin Magazine. He got bored of shitposts on inflation and Bitcoin, it had a one-track mind. He realized entire applications could be centralized. A VV Buterin, very first Ethereum. Satoshi's vision just couldn't compete, cause VV Buterin knew that these state transitions should really just be Turing complete. Guys, clap along. He wrote a white paper and showed it to his dad, who, by the way, is another total Chad. He then predicted it at Bitcoin Miami. There was great interest in pre-purchasing ETH. He did not realize what he had begun with this initial coin offering. ICOs would soon kick off the bull run of 2017. VV Buterin ain't no Charles Hodgkinson. I've never ever felt so much delight as VV Buterin, icon of crypto fashion, as when he destroyed Dr. Craig Wright. It was impossible for everyone to please. All the haters said this uses way too much energy. Vitalik said, okay, your arguments I'll break. So he turned his eye towards solving proof of stake. All the time the haters, they would argue it was an impossibility. But with some help he found a new solution, weak subjectivity. A VV Buterin, very first Ethereum. The ETH2 specs began to converge, but VV Buterin had just done it again. And then we got the merge. All right, that's all I got, Owen. We got 37 seconds left. Thank you all so much. Have a great optimism. Have a great optimism and a great DevCon. Have a good night, everyone.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Absolutely incredible, Ben. Let's give another round of applause for Ben. Nice job, man. Super. Okay, what better segue into our closing ceremonies than Ben's beautiful voice? I'm not really sure there is one. So we're going to kick off our closing ceremonies. We're going to kick it off with a talk. And to intro that talk a little bit, it's important to remember that Ethereum is not just a technology, it's a community, it's a movement. And within those movements, within this community, we have values. And one of those values is the importance of civil liberties, civil rights, and protecting those. And for that, I would like to introduce Kurt Opsahl from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel. So big round of applause to Kurt Opsahl. Let's give him a minute to clear off this.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It's so great to see so many people here today. I've had a great time here at DevCon, and I'm excited to talk at the closing ceremonies, talking about some of the value of cryptocurrencies in supporting human rights, these civil liberties, privacy, free expression, these rights that this whole community holds dear. A little bit, there we go. Back, sorry about that. So a little bit about the Electronic Frontier Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization that has been around since 1990, fighting to preserve your rights online, fighting for free expression, for privacy, for innovation, trying to make a world that we would want to live in, to make sure that the dystopias that are possible won't happen. The sci-fi we read is not going to be necessarily the future unless it's the cool sci-fi with the utopias. All right, so let's talk about how we as a community can be supporting rights and liberty. There are a number of ways that cryptocurrencies can help support these rights. And I'm going to just talk about a few of them today because we only have a few minutes. But decentralized financial options can allow and support political, social, moral views, can provide more options by taking away some of the centralized choke points, which are often used as a point of failure, a point where control can be put onto a system and impose push back on unfavored or disfavored viewpoints, ideologies. So one of these, financial censorship. This is when a centralized financial service is under pressure from political regimes, from social movements, to say that something that may be lawful, that may be within the bounds of what the law has said society can have, but it goes outside of their code of conduct or their review, or just is subject to pressure, and they forbid lawful activities. Another one, which I know is very important to this community, is the protection of privacy. And I think we're trying to explore that a little bit. What do we mean by protecting privacy? What is it doing? Privacy, of course, has its own value, but it's also fundamental for protecting other rights that we hold dear, like freedom of expression, freedom of association, and making sure that your information is protected by due process, that governments can't get access to the information without going through the appropriate steps, necessary and proportionate steps to ensure that there's not government overreach. And another way that we can help doing this is enabling the decentralized web, moving away from chunk points, have other options that people can choose, enable competition, and allow it so that there's not a single point of failure that will enable people to choose things that reflect their values and allow for their values. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this, avoiding financial censorship. One of the ways that this first came to my attention was 2010 with WikiLeaks, where WikiLeaks had engaged in publishing some material about the Iraq war that upset a lot of people in the US government, and they put a lot of pressure on MasterCard, Visa, PayPal, the sources of donations for WikiLeaks. How are you allowing these funds to go to this organization? This wasn't a legal claim. They didn't pass a law to say that money could not go. They just effectively made it extraordinarily difficult for people to fund WikiLeaks. And one of the ways that WikiLeaks was able to get around that was by accepting Bitcoin, accepting cryptocurrency as a form of donation, because it didn't go through those mechanisms. And this is an effective form of censorship, or can be an effective form of censorship, because these financial institutions are necessary for most people to be able to complete transactions. But it can have serious ramifications for free expression by taking away the funding that an organization needs in order to put its expression out there in the world. These organizations rely upon financial institutions in order to enable their sites, their operations. So how does this affect people? This comes up in a number of ways, membership in organizations. You often reflect your values by joining an organization. EFF is one, there's the ACLU, the NAACP, the NRA. There are many organizations around the world where people band together to reflect their values, and they want to join, become members, and show their financial support. But if those organizations are cut off from the financial system, it can be harmful to the organizations and make it difficult for people to band together, use their right of association to express their the right of expression. Also, it's reflected in media that you purchase. By supporting artists, video artists, podcasters, book writers, who are giving you the information that, one, you want to read, you have a right to read as part of your right of free expression. And this is also essential for free expression, so you can see the ideas, see the discourse, and participate in it by consuming media. But if you can't get access to that because of a financial censorship, then that cuts you off and inhibits both the freedom of expression of the site that you're going to, the publisher, and your own freedom of expression by using your right to read and get these ideas and information. And it persists to this day. I pointed out, saw this with WikiLeaks, but it continues to persist. Often it comes up in the context of erotic material, which is lawful but disfavored, and it gets cut off by some of the major choke points in financial transactions. And these would be things that, if under US law and a lot of international principles of free expression, it would be unconstitutional to say these things are not allowed. They are constitutionally permitted to exist, but by putting pressure outside of the legislative system, outside of that process, they can cut off funding and make it more difficult for those things to survive. And the internet, if it's going to achieve its future as a global forum of expression, as a way for people to exchange ideas, we cannot deputize intermediaries to become the morality police and go outside of the legislative process, go outside of the policy process, circumvent that, and have a private entity become the morality police. Now, also, protecting privacy. And I just want to take a moment here. Why do we care about privacy? What is it doing to do? There's a number of ways of looking at it. There's a Louis Brandeis quote I put up here on the slides that I think captures it very well. The right to be left alone. That's none of your business. It's my business. Just leave me alone and allow me to do my thing. That is a core autonomy aspect of the right to privacy. But it's also control over the flow of your information. That where you give information, you know, what consents have you given? Have you consented to give it to one person, but then they're going to give it to another? Where does that go? And having some ability to have, like, I want this information about me to be available to my friends, to my family. Another set of information I want to make available to colleagues. A third set to the public. But having some control over that flow of information can help bring about a way you can express yourself and keep the things you want private to be private. And also, privacy today, making your information confidential today, it's a protection against dystopian future. A future in which what was normal, what was okay, what was not something that you felt endangered about for getting out there in the public today, the rules might change. A new government comes into power, and what was previously no big deal, now is a big deal. By maintaining your privacy today, you're providing a protection against a change in the environment where things that you thought were okay are no longer. And there's a sort of one former board member of my organization once put this: protection against the robots from the future, who will be able to look back, data mine all the information from your past activities, see what you were up to, and judge it by then the future standards. But if you have that information privacy protected, you yourself are protected. Also, as I was mentioning before, privacy is fundamental to lots of other rights. And we're looking in this case, financial transactions in particular, they can reveal deeply personal things. Like we said, this is the mirror image of the expression issue we hit before. So financial censorship was preventing organizations from receiving the funds to have your membership. But also your transaction reveals something about you. It affects your private information by giving money to that organization. Just as the supporting an organization or a media producer by purchasing their product helps them, it also reveals something about you, about your interests, your ideas that you are consuming. Your medical expenses can reveal a lot about your conditions that you might want to keep private. And we also live in an era where some medical information can be disfavored. Some medical treatments are politically or socially disfavored, and the information that you're using, your financial means to purchase these services, can be used against you and used in a prosecution. Shopping history shows a lot of what your interests are, and often is used to make inferences about these interests. What you're going to do, what intent do you have? Now, anonymity can provide a lot of protection. We are able to do things in an anonymous manner. It protects against the tyranny of the majority that allows for views which are not a majority view, not a popular view, but you can have them and have protection from retribution for having these views by having anonymity or pseudonymity, allowing you to operate in the space without having to reveal critical information about your identity. So this comes a little bit of a challenge, and one of the things I want to focus on here is when you have a public ledger. And the public ledger is a list of a lot of transactions. And yeah, they're going to a wallet, and if you never connect that wallet in any public way with your identity, that might be a form of protection. But not everybody is able to do that. Most people will be using a service, or at some point will use a service that ties their identity to their wallet. And if you ever do, your whole history of transactions becomes revealed. This is a challenge. And then with that revelation, all your shopping history, your interests and such, also become revealed. And this is it's a challenging thing to have a situation in which you might be able to use anonymity, but if you make a mistake, you could have a whole history revealed. You know, more sophisticated people can do things like have multiple wallets, use them for various purpose, but you still need to have a high level of sophistication and accuracy to do it well. So one solution to this, which has come up a lot, Lisa, so I want to hit on it exactly, mixers, and in particular, Tornado Cash. Thank you. The tornado, I'm sure many of you are familiar, so I'll just go over very briefly what had happened. Back in August, the Office of Financial Assets Control, OFAC, a part of the Department of Treasury, they placed Tornado Cash on the specially designated nationals list. And they put a number of wallet addresses and so on, but they also put, Tornado Cash by name on there, and they had a parenthetical, AKA Tornado Cash Classic, AKA Tornado Cash Nova, and this was on the list. And this struck everybody as kind of weird because this is a piece of software. It is a smart contract on the blockchain. There's also a DAO associated with it. There is the open source project. But what do they really mean by Tornado Cash? Because this list is usually for entities. It can also be about property. If you look at the list, you'll see some like oligarch boats that are on there. But on the whole, it is designed and built up to be about entities, particular people, and they're listing Tornado Cash without any further definition. It was vague, perhaps deliberately vague. So this led to some consequences. One of the most immediate consequences was that GitHub, which had hosted the canonical Tornado Cash repository, took it down. They also took down the accounts of 3 of the primary developers. And this really hit home for EFF because code being speech is one of the core things that we've been fighting for. We've been fighting for this since the 90s, coming up in the encryption wars. And this was code being taken down for, well, putting on a sanction list, not even with a law about it, but just placed on this list. Perhaps even mistakenly. Perhaps they didn't mean the code itself, though if you'll notice in the way they defined it, the AKAs are not easily confused. Like Tornado Cash Nova was a beta that they had issued. It's not easily confused with an entity. Now, I tend to think that it's more likely that this was, they had no idea what they were doing more than, malice, or at least malice in the sense that they intended to take it down, but they still had no idea what they were doing. Secretary of State Blinken tweeted out right after the OFAC listing saying that they had gone after the North Koreans and taken them down, reflecting a very strong misunderstanding of what Tornado Cash was. That tweet was deleted very shortly thereafter, but it might be a clue into some of the confusion that they had. But nevertheless, it was on the list. So one of the things that we did was we represent Professor Matt Green. He's a cryptography professor at Johns Hopkins, has been involved in Zcash and zero-knowledge proofs, and he also teaches about the blockchain, and he wanted to use Tornado Cash as part of his teaching, but he also wanted to put it back up there, in part to show that you can put it up there. You do have a right to it. So we agreed to represent him in this. He made a fork. He put it back up. And OFAC, well, didn't do anything about this. And this helped show people that the code could still be published. And that, yes. And I believe that both GitHub had the right to do it and Professor Green had the right to do it. GitHub is a private entity. As a private entity, it can choose what is on its platform, but they had the right to keep it up. And they had the right to keep up Professor Green's copy, which they have been doing. But there still are a number of unanswered questions. So why do we care about this? Well, I'm sure you all care about this, but I think it's good to say what are the principles behind the code-to-speech issue. So cryptocurrencies, blockchain, technologies, they're expressed in code. And you guys were saying this is part of a community that has values. You are expressing those values in the code that you write. And code has both function and expression, but function is a part of its expression. When you're making something which is a privacy-enhancing technology, you're expressing this through the source code, saying how it works. That is a very clear expression. But also, having it be functional is part of what you're trying to express and part of that speech. Recognizing code-to-speech, as I was mentioning, we've been fighting this since the 1990s. It came up in the encryption context in the first instance, and in the export control context. It was very similar to the sanction context. It was a program called Snuffle, open source encryption program. During that time, there were export controls because encryption was being treated like a munition. It was something that was a military technology. It was a dual-use technology, but as a dual-use technology, you had to get permission to export it. And there was a silly time period where Netscape Navigator, the prominent web browser of that day, had an international version and a domestic version, and the domestic version had much stronger encryption than the international version, with the idea that now the NSA can more easily break the communications of the international version and that, make their job easier. It was ridiculous because it was trivial for someone to get a copy of the domestic version outside of the United States. It wasn't very effective, but also it was interfering with the free expression of the cypherpunks who wanted to have a world which had lots of cryptography in it and expressed that by making freely available code. So we had some courts. The first case, Bernstein versus the United States, recognized that code was a kind of language. They likened it to German, French, like human languages, but also music as a form of a language. Music is done in notation. It's much closer mathematically to code, and it is a way of expressing such, and established that the source code that was put up by Dan Bernstein was speech. Later, there was a case, Younger versus Daly, that hit another point which I think is very critical, recognizing that the fact that source code is not just speech, it's not just a poem, but it is a functionality. It can be compiled and do things, and that does not preclude the constitutional protection. It's still speech. Now, to be clear, establishing that something is speech is not the end of the story. Then, if it is speech, in the United States, the government has to pass a test. If it is content-based regulation on it, it has to go through strict scrutiny, and there's intermediate scrutiny. And you can look at the functionality as part of that scrutiny when trying to determine, is the government doing the minimum necessary in order to achieve their function? They don't have collateral damage. They are not going beyond their power. The higher level of scrutiny, the harder it is for the government to pass the test. But it still has to have that protection, and the government has to show why this is the thing to do that is necessary to solve their problem, and they are not hitting unintended consequences, collateral damage along the way. Now, these are United States courts, but I wanted to say this is not just a United States principle. So a while back, we did a white paper on the American Convention on Human Rights, which is an international treaty throughout Latin America. Most countries are signatories to. It also enshrines freedom of expression in it. And we developed the argument, looking at cases, looking at precedent, that under the American Convention of Human Rights, code should also be considered speech. And I think this should be a universal understanding where you have free expression, which you have protected in many international human rights treaties, that we need to make sure that people understand that code is a form of that expression and should likewise be protected, whether you're coding in Latin America, in the United States, or anywhere around the world which respects human rights. So, thank you. So the OFAC did have a response. They issued some frequently asked questions and answers. They did clarify that mere publishing of the source code was okay, so that was great. Professor Green was in the clear. They said that there's some dusting that occurred after they did the sanctions, and they said that was low priority. They didn't say don't worry about it, but that it was a low priority prosecution. And they provided people with a way to apply for a license to get their money out of the mixer, though you have to give up the reason you use the mixer, the privacy rights you're trying to protect, in order to apply for this license. So it's not a really great solution that way. They also used this word saying it was okay to interact with the source code, but that's a pretty vague word. And the examples they were using, like teaching a class about it, publishing it, studying it, well, those are good examples, they're right, but interact was too vague, and I would like to have OFAC clarify, or maybe we have to have the courts clarify, that things like contributing to the code is also okay, that publishing the code, publishing a compiled version is also okay. Now, there's other questions that are open. Well, did they have jurisdiction to do this in the first place? As we were mentioning, it's super weird to have a piece of source code, a piece of software on an entity list. And the entity list is a power that is granted through the statutes. Have they gone beyond that jurisdiction, beyond what they're lawfully allowed to sanction? So there have been a couple of legal challenges. Coinbase is funding a lawsuit brought by a number of people who are challenging the Treasury Department sanctions. They're asking for Tornado Cash to be removed from the sanction list. This week, Coin Center also filed a lawsuit. They're getting together also a bunch of plaintiffs, and then themselves included, again, to delist Tornado Cash. And they're raising a number of these issues. Some of their focal points are on the jurisdiction of OFAC to put software on this, whether they have exceeded their authority, whether they've acted arbitrarily and capriciously outside of the scope of what their administrative authority is. And they also raised some of the code of speech issues. In the Coinbase lawsuit, it was talking about the ability to write the code, to develop the code, and brought that at issue in one of their claims. And in the Coin Center, they're talking about receiving money anonymously as a nonprofit organization or member organization, the ability to allow people to fund them in an anonymous and private manner, the right of association, which is also under the First Amendment in the United States. So these cases will be moving forward, and we may file an amicus brief to help support them, and I think you should continue to follow them. But now, while we're pending, let's take a moment to think about why this all matters. Why do we care? And a lot of it is about open source. There's a lot of open source as part of what this community builds, and it is vital to be able to have lots of contributors adding to code, be able to research, develop the code, make a pull request, modify it, find security holes, fix them. But if the contributors are going to be held responsible if later that software is used for something bad, they shouldn't be held responsible merely because they contributed code. That would have a chilling effect on the development of software that is vital to our future. And not only is this chilling effect going to be bad for innovation, but even the very information that the people who want to prevent money from going to North Korea and ransomware might like to see. The innovation that might be able to improve upon the code so it can be providing the privacy that we need and allowing for a way of stopping money from going to ransomware. So privacy, as we said, it is a fundamental right, and take a moment to think not just about Tornado Cash, mixers as a privacy protective tool, but all the other ones that are out there that could be used to protect the privacy of someone who's hiding from the law, but nevertheless are important for a free society. Encrypted messaging, encrypted communications, being able to encrypt your information when you store it online, anonymous browsing, anonymous servers, file transfers. All of these things rely on being able to protect your rights by providing encryption, anonymity, technical protections, and they are vital for our society even if they could be misused. So we want to avoid that chilling effect. And I say that I think that this is your rights to have, and that the chilling effect should not dissuade you from writing the code, but we want to establish that, so hopefully in the courts or by OFAC relenting, but getting this clarified so we all know that we can go ahead and keep contributing to this code. And so to wrap up, I'm out of time here, but I'll hopefully some time for some questions. So saying, together, we can make a brighter future. You can help chart this course. You can do it through getting informed and getting involved, talking to your representatives, getting involved in policy discussion, trying to get your views known and acted upon. And you can do it by building tools, by building civil liberties, privacy into those tools, making things safe, making them usable, making them so that they have privacy built in from day one. Make sure that they're decentralized, so there's not a single point of failure that the government can go after, can go to try and stop things. And together, we can make that brighter future. Thank you.
Awesome, incredible. We do have time for some questions. So we have a couple of runners in the audience. Who has questions? We have a couple minutes. I see one back there, one hand up. Por allá, por allá. Okay.
Hi there.
Hello.
I definitely agree with all that you've said, except, like, then how does a criminal get caught if they're using, like, the internet for nefarious purposes? Like, there's been some recent cases, like there's this documentary I saw on Netflix of like a sex cult that was in South Korea, and they only caught them because they were able to find the chat rooms, the secret chat rooms in Telegram that the cult leaders were using.
Right, a good question, right? So how does the police able to do its job when we have all these technological protections? Well, I mean, my first response to that is we live in a golden age of surveillance. The law enforcement authorities have more ability to conduct surveillance at scale, surveillance of people, like records about where you go. Your phone is constantly talking to cell towers, giving your location. They can get that information, correlate it with some other person's phone, and see who's traveling together and get an idea of relationships. The ways in which the government has investigative tools at their disposal are legion. And for going into a Telegram chat room, well, traditional investigative measures, having someone undercover, pretending to be interested in that kind of thing, and getting into the chat room, that is the most often way in which they get inside encrypted chats. OPSEC is hard, and traditional investigative techniques continue to work. And what privacy-enhancing tools most protect you against is suspicionless surveillance, where they want to do it at scale, where they don't have a particular reason to go after you. If they do have a particular reason to go after you, there's other methods, like trying to get a network intrusion tool or a NIT onto your phone, and just look at the endpoint so it gets decrypted by your phone when you get that down there, and they look at it at that point. And if, like, the NSA or the Mossad or the GRU is interested in you in particular, then probably a lot of these privacy-enhancing tools, you're going to have to up your OPSEC game a lot, and the tools alone won't do it. So what I'm trying to protect against is suspicionless mass surveillance. The government has to have a reason and want to spend the resources to go after it, and not doing it on millions of ordinary people.
Okay, hi. It's Alex here. So first, thanks for your work, and I definitely agree with everything you said.
Thank you.
I was just wondering about something you didn't say, right? I missed seeing a name being talked on the Tornado Cash, and that's, of course, it's Alex Pertsev case. And I wonder, what any purpose do you want to say something about the case, or about him, or about, like?
So, yeah, you're talking about the case in the Netherlands.
Yes.
So one of the challenging things about the case in the Netherlands is that he was arrested, but not yet charged. So he's been held, and he went to a hearing and asked, like, hey, am I free to go? And they said no, but he still hasn't been charged. And I'd like to see what the charges are that they're trying to bring before analyzing that situation. Because what I don't want to see is that he's been charged merely for contributing to the code. But I also don't want to speculate as to what they might have against them. That, you know, it is the government's job to say why someone is in jail, why someone has been charged, and then we can look at what they say and say why that's wrong, why, you know, what the defenses are. So I try not to speculate on things that are not charged, but that is not to say I'm not sympathetic for a situation. I'm not a Netherlands lawyer, so I don't know the Netherlands law particularly well, but I think as a policy matter, it is unconscionable to arrest somebody criminally, one, and not charge them, and let them know what the charges so they can build a defense, but also to create this chilling effect implication that because he contributed to some code, that's why he was charged. And I wish they wouldn't have done that.
Okay, tenemos, we have time for one more question.
Yeah, great, I'm on. Hi, Kurt. I had the pleasure of seeing you at the Zcash convention in Las Vegas a few months ago, and now you're here, so you're really making the rounds. I'm excited about that. My question is, with all of the ZK technology, the privacy protecting technology and Zcash, Ethereum, the competitions that are happening, what's your general thoughts on that? And also, is there anything that's missing from a lot of the maybe philosophy or values perspective when they're building this?
So these are good questions. One is that, like, I think zero knowledge technologies are extraordinarily interesting. And the way of being able to prove just one thing without sending extraneous data, I think I've heard, like, while being here, talk to various people, and ideas that are underway or being researched that if they come to fruition, we'll be able to allow for a number of things that don't have this leakage of metadata around them that we often see. So I'm very excited about the possibilities of these technologies. The other part is what more could be done. And I think one of the things that is going to make all of these kinds of technologies, you know, on the blockchain generally, smart contracts, especially privacy-enhancing ones, to have the most value, they must be able to be used by a wide range of people. People who are not technically sophisticated, who might not have the latest versions of software, who are operating on a 5-year-old smartphone that doesn't get updated all the time, and still they can make a secure transaction. They can do something in a manner that they feel comfortable knowing what they're doing, that they're not going to make a mistake and, you know, lose what they're trying to do. So usability, security, keep it secret, keep it safe, and I think that would be, I mean, people are all working on that, but that's the area I want to be able to have it so that everyone can take advantage of it in an easy to understand and easy to use correctly way. All right, thank you, everybody.
Awesome, amazing. Let's give a bigger round of applause for Kurt from the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Thank you.
Incredible.
Great to be here.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Incredible.
And thank you, Sky.
Very nice, very nice. Amazing. So, to continue a little bit and get back on with our closing ceremony for DevCon, as many of you know, as I mentioned before, we introduced this initiative called DevCon Improvement Proposals over the past few years, and we've had roughly like 50 different groups suggest ideas and initiatives to happen for DevCon, one of which was the treasure hunt. The treasure hunt that took place over the past 4 days, purely for fun, created by a team of Ethereum enthusiasts. And so I would like to welcome the treasure hunt creators to the stage to announce the winner. Nice, nice.
Oh, I forgot to get the clicker from Hi, I'm Griffin. This is Aaron. This is Chris. We're Daedalus Industries, and then not present is the Social Distortion Protocol. They're creators of the Treasure Hunt Creator Framework, or THC for short. And yeah, this is less serious. This is just for fun. We are aimed for denial of service to curiosity-based denial of service for DevCon. And I'll let Aaron talk about the game.
Yeah, thanks. We managed to snag quite a lot of you. We got some great feedback from some people, like, I didn't go to any talks and was only playing your stupid games, or screw you guys, and you're insane, so thank you very much, we appreciate it. We have on the slide that's gone, you'll see the progression, number of players who made it through. Some people made it through level 24, which surprised us. We only had 23 levels prepared, so they went above and beyond. Yeah, great stuff. This clicker is not working. But maybe you'd like to announce the winners. Here we go. Yeah, there's a list of them, a lot of cow icons. I'll let Chris.
All right, make this short. The grand prize of 100 Ether on Girly Testnet goes to the Cow Swap developer team. Give it up, give it up. Come on stage if you're here. If not, you know where you are. Okay, okay, they're there. Woo! Congrats. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thanks everyone who played. And yeah, always remember to have fun.
Awesome. Big round of applause for these guys who created this just for fun, just in their free time, because I mean, it was a lot of fun from what I hear about, and it was absolutely impressive. So next I'd like to just introduce a video recap of this amazing week that we've had for you all to enjoy that. The video. We're a little late, that says. Cool, awesome. So thank you all for coming here to Devcon, for coming together, for continuing to collaborate and move this ecosystem forward so that we can have a positive impact on the world. I'd also like to welcome to the stage someone who is integral to the success of this event, Natalia, who is the Devcon production lead, who is our Devcon production lead. Big round of applause for Natalia. So Natalia, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about what it took to get us here today?
Whoa, so it basically took us 3 years. 3 years since last DevCon, 3 years in which this might be kind of a secret, but we internally postponed the event twice. And we ended up running a new event in between. We ended up running DevConnect in between those 3 years and today. And we basically promised to do it right. We didn't want to run half DevCon. We didn't want to run a virtual event either. So we just were there being patient and waiting for this moment. We did it all for you, so we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much. And whoa, here we are, last day of DevCon. It's really, really hard to believe, to be honest. Amazing. Skylar, I would like to hear from you something that I think is really important and relevant, and it is the impact DevCon has had on the region, on Latin America.
Super, super. Yeah, big round of applause for Latin America, and
Woo!
Latin Americans in this room right now. You all made this room, you made this event incredible. So I mentioned this in the opening. DevCon came not just to Colombia, not just to Bogotá, but to Latin America, and we really wanted to focus on that. We spent time growing the community and trying to help the community all around Latin America before DevCon, but we need to make it sustainable. And if the community would just die or stop after DevCon moves to another region, which it will, that would be a failure. And so we're committed to continuing to support these communities in Latin America, and we hope that many of you met many of the regional community here in DevCon. And for those of you who are from Latin America and aren't yet involved in the communities around here, you can join them. You can join them. They're open. Or if you don't have a community in your region, you can create your own as well. All of these communities that you see here on this map are communities done by volunteers in their free time because they're passionate about Ethereum. They believe in the positive impact it can have on our world. And so yeah, I would say we need to continue growing it. You can contribute to these communities or perhaps create a new one. But I want to switch it back to Natalia and talk a little bit more about what we saw here this week. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about what was DevCon this year? What was DevCon 6?
Whoa. We basically had 9 different stages running, around 6K attendees from 113 different countries, and I think that's very, very, very important. So 34% of our speakers were Spanish speakers. So we also had amazing different spaces as the hacker basement, the decompression room, the picnic terrace, the community hubs, the Chiva lounge, and we just wanted to have and to create different spaces to fulfill different needs of our community. So,
did you enjoy those spaces? Did you have fun in those spaces? The basement, the decompression room? Sweet, cool, glad.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen one of those, you can still go and have a look. What else? We have over 200 hours of programming, 77 sessions, 4,400 speakers across 10 tracks. So all that and much more happened these days.
Amazing. And that was all thanks to you. Thanks to you. The programming, the speakers, it was all of you who came, who submitted the tracks, who came here to speak and share your knowledge. And so we want to give a big round of applause for all of the speakers who came and shared their knowledge for all of us.
And I think a lot of people here is wondering what is coming.
What's next?
What is next?
Yeah.
What should we expect? So what do you have to say about it?
So you're all probably wondering where the next DevCon will be. Sadly, I'm not going to announce that. We don't know yet. But I can tell you what is next. And I'll tell you what is not next. Okay, this is the end of DevCon. Yes, this is the end of DevCon. But this is still the beginning. We are still early. Ethereum is still young. And we have a long ways to go to change the world, to impact the world with Ethereum. So yes, DevCon is ending, but our mission is not. And I would like to also invite Aya to the stage to talk a little bit more about that as well. Aya Miyaguchi, from Executive Director of the Ethereum Foundation. Big round of applause, big round of applause. Come on, come on, come on. It's late, it's late.
It's getting harder to climb up on the stage. So I'd like to just say a few words that you know, Skyler and Natalia talked about the impact this DevCon created to the region. When I was a huge advocate to bring DevCon to Latin America, but something I can more confidently say is the impact was two ways. All the Latin American communities are so strong. I just saw the leaders of each community this morning, and you guys are fantastic. And yes, this DevCon, you know, a lot of people say this DevCon was the best DevCon ever. Do you feel so? So if you feel so, this wouldn't have happened without all the Latin American communities being very strong and being very passionate, organizing things on their own. And speaking of subtraction, that I talk about the opening with the philosophy of subtraction. Skylar, you just said, I'm not trying to go against what you said, but I feel like Latin American communities don't need our support that much anymore. And that is the great feeling to see at the end of this DevCon. So thank you again, Latin America community members. Please give another round of applause to them. And when I said impact is two ways, what I meant is those people who flew all the way to here. I hope you are able to feel what I said. And I think I heard that from some of the people I talked to. I'm saying this opportunities, the opportunities you will receive in these regions are opportunities for Ethereum. It's not just us supporting them, they are helping Ethereum to get to the next billion. So that I hope you were able to experience that. And again, thank you again for everyone to attend. Like, this was also not possible. Every single one of you contributed for this to be the best DevCon ever. And lastly, I'd like to invite all the DevCon team members up on the stage.
Let's go, let's go.
Come,
on.
come. Woo!
Nice. Nice.
So, I cannot say this enough.
Hey.
I suggested a location, and I subtracted my power a while ago. And these guys are the ones that did everything, and they didn't get to really enjoy running around all the time and then solving problems. So please give another huge round of applause to these guys. Woo.
Nice.
Well
nice.
done.
DevCon on 3.
Also, thank you volunteers who helped them to organize this.
Yes, all of the volunteers, I'd like you to stand if you're here in the audience. I'd like you to stand. All of the volunteers. We had 200 volunteers who contributed. DevCon would not have happened without the volunteers. Huge, huge round of applause for the volunteers. Thank you.
Back to you, Skylar.
So this officially concludes our opening ceremony. I'd like to say thank you all for coming again to DevCon. We hope you really enjoyed it. And let's go back to building.
Hello.
Yeah.
Tengo una pregunta.
Dale, dale.
¿Estamos melos? Vamos. ¿Estamos melos?